Darkness falls across the land. The midnight hour is close at hand. Creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize y'all's neighborhood. And whom shall be found without the soul for getting down? Must stand and face the hounds of hell and rot inside a corpse's shell. The foulest stenches in the air, the funk of 40,000 years, and grisly ghouls from every tomb are closing in to seal your doom. And though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to shiver, for no mere mortal can resist the evil of the thriller.
You'll need this word.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Halloween Extravaganza 2. I'm Anthony.
I'm Sinead.
This is Fair, and we're joined by Serenity Sue. How are you doing, Sue?
Hi, guys.
How are you doing? Hi, folks. So we've got loads of interviews tonight. We've got Sue. Obviously, we're going to be talking to Sue in a minute. We also have Darren Mann for the Paranormal Database coming on the show. He's going to. We also have Michelle Connolly and Kevin Dean from Back in Time Paranormal Investigations. Also, we have Rocket Mackay, from Paranormal 101. Also, Kathy Houston and Diane McClinchy from Light Sisters, and also Dale Dickinson from Are You Haunted? We'll be also showing the live premiere of Phantasms of Leap, and also a documentary from last year, Sinful Exorcism of 2009. We're also giving away prizes tonight, folks. So during the season, we've been giving you chances to enter our competition, and we'll be rolling out the balls here, which will be behind me.
Bingo time.
Bingo time will be coming up soon.
Yeah.
If you have anything, if you want to watch past shows and what's coming up in the future, go to our website, www.GhostÉire.net, go to the homepage and press the red button, GhostÉire Channel. I'll just go through a few shout outs as well there. So everyone's, hope you're all keeping well, folks there. Caroline Hughes, hi. Caroline, hope you're keeping well.
Hey, Caroline, how's it going?
How you doing? Mary Nolan says, hi, guys, from Back in Time there. Hope you're keeping well.
Hey, Mary.
I know we were trying to do the dance. We did the filler thing now. I wasn't going to do the dance now.
Yeah. We could have easily tried, you know.
Hugh says, hi, guys, from Afterlife Paranormal Island. Mary Kate Barry says, hi, guys. Hope you're keeping well. Hi, Mary Kate. Sadie Bates says, hi, guys. Hiya. Sadie, how you doing? Carol says, hi. Hello again. Jean DeVoy says, hello. Hi, Jean. I'm glad you're all.
Oh, we've got loads of people already here, so
Michael,
good to see.
Love from the Rebel County. Hi, everyone. Happy Halloween. Joanne Breen. Hi, Joanne. How you doing from Seekers of the Afterlife
Hello, how are you?
Happy Halloween. Yeah, the festivities are here tonight, folks. I don't know. We'll get through it anyway. There might be a few technical troubles as usual on the live show, but we'll get through it there. And Joanne Breen says, happy Halloween, good luck to all in the draw. I think that's why people are tuning in. You just want to see if they win the prizes, really. That's it, really. That's it. That's why the actual real results happen around about nearly 1:30 in the morning, so you have to actually stay up. But Sinead, can you tell us how people can contact us?
Yeah, of course. If you want to just kind of contact us directly through the page, please do. We'll be here for a couple more hours, I think, till about 1:30 at least, maybe a little bit more. So yeah, get the questions coming in. Maybe more. Yeah, more. Or you can send us an email if you're a little bit private and don't want to make yourself known. Of course, there's the old school email address, ghost_air66@yahoo.com. You can also head on to GhostÉire.net. Go to our contact page there and fill out the blank. And if you're affiliated with a paranormal team, historical team, or something similar to that, or whoever you want to, if you're any company or whatever, just put your name into brackets. Put that in brackets as well, so we can kind of give you a shout out maybe in the future or connect even further. But yeah, just keep the questions coming. We'll be here for a couple of more hours. Please stay tuned because we've got like an array of exciting guests on tonight, and there's so many of them I can't keep up because I've got a whole list. I don't know how you do it, Anthony. You're very organised altogether. Yeah.
I try to be there, I don't know how organised. I've got nowhere to go this year. Loftus Hall's closed there, apparently. I don't know. No, if you see me shooting up through the roof, that's well, we live in a bungalow, so we're all right there anyway. So anyway, we're coming to Sue there. Serenity Sue. How are you doing, Sue?
All good, thanks.
Good stuff, yeah. So, welcome along anyway.
So we're going to talk about graveyards first. So it's Halloween, graveyards. Everybody loves graveyards. So the first question is, can you tell us why people and like ghost hunters have a fascination with cemeteries?
Well, I know anybody that has an interest in graveyards or enthusiastic about graveyards were called taphophils or taphophiles. I suppose there is the interest that it's haunted. There's history. I mean, mine, I suppose, would be a little bit of everything. The history. I mean, graveyards are beautiful. I've been to some stunning places. So mine is a mishmash of everything. But then there is the belief that they are haunted, I suppose.
Yeah, and how long have you been doing this? Your interest in graveyards, but your exploration into graveyards itself and going out and having a look around.
Well, my interest, I suppose, stems as a child. Just with my family going to clean graves, their families' graves, plots, and all that. And I always used to admire, I suppose, the statues and stuff like that. Then I started going on my own, I suppose, a few years ago, and it was just basically for my own interest, maybe putting it up on Snapchat or social media, Facebook and stuff. And then I brought it to myself where if I can do this with photographs, I'm going to do it in video. And that's where I start. So probably on YouTube properly for the last 4 months.
Okay, very good. And what exactly, when you're going out to the graveyards, like how long would you spend in each one? You're going out to a graveyard.
Well, I suppose if I'm doing properly for YouTube, you'd go in and you'd probably search the area, find, parts that are more interesting. And I mean, you could spend an hour, maybe 2 hours there in total, just doing video as well,
Yeah.
And what's been the most... sorry.
No, sorry, go ahead, Anthony.
This is going to happen tonight. Sorry. What has been the most interesting graveyard you've been to there?
Oh, I've been to so many. Recently, I was in Gorey, St. Michael's Cemetery in Gorey, and I was just doing a lovely video, naming out people, their dates of birth, their dates of death, showing pictures if they're there, showing the beautiful statues that are there. And when I walked down to the older part, I noticed 2 crypts. And one of the crypts actually had an old iron gate on it. And when I looked through the iron gate, I found a number of coffins just on display. So I suppose that was possible. That's my most recent video that was, a real interest to me.
Okay. And what what type of graveyards are there, Sue? I know we have obviously the Catholic ones, we have the Church of Ireland ones. I know there's a few Jewish ones around in Dublin as well. And I'm not too sure, is there pet cemeteries like that?
There is pet cemeteries. There's one actually in Powerscourt. I haven't got there yet. I'm not sure of any more other than that area. It is something that I actually want to do as well, is to try and find as many as I can. And I mean, there is interest in that as well, you know. So I would love to do that. But other than that, it's I mean, I kind of go to anywhere. You know, I'm not particular. Once I see one, I'll stop and I'll go in.
Yeah. Do you actually have a list of different graveyards that you'd like to visit, or is it more of a spontaneous kind of exploration for yourself, or do you have a list?
We do have a list, and it's getting longer.
Okay,
so
yeah.
There's loads in Dublin I want to go see. There's a few down the west of Ireland. But I mean, sometimes it's as easy as just driving along the road and spotting one and going in and finding, you know, unexpectedly the most beautiful graveyard ever, like, you know, and it's happened to us a couple of times, like, but it's usually done through, you know, we do a bit of research online and stuff first.
Okay. And like, what is the most unusual things like that you've stumbled across within any so far?
So far, there was a place called it was McKenna Castle, actually, Waterford, and it's just a ruin of a castle, and up from the castle itself there is actually a mausoleum, and in the mausoleum it is actually, I don't know whether it's vandalized now or it's just over years of wear and tear, but there's actually 2 lead coffins that I could have easily put my hand in and touched, and that was just, I mean, for me that's like a dream come true, if that makes sense.
And then,
like, and go ahead, Auntie. Yeah.
Go ahead there. You're asking all the questions I'm asking.
All right.
So do you think?
No, I just find the graveyard fascinating myself. I just like, you know,
I'll put you in one in a minute.
Yeah.
Jesus. I'll come to your questions in a minute, folks. There, but I was just going to ask you: do you think that most of the graveyards? Do you think graveyards are haunted? Like people say they aren't haunted.
I've had a few experiences, nothing major, a few. You know, the cobweb feeling. I was videoing the inside of a ruins of a church locally, and I could hear, like, you know, footsteps, obvious footsteps inside the church, and I was waiting for someone to come around the side, so I was kind of looking, waiting, and nobody appeared. And actually, when I listened back to the audio, I could actually hear it again, like, but there's no explanation for it. I was looking in, I couldn't see any birds or anything like that in there, so that was kind of one to, you know, it was a little bit weird, I suppose, like, but other than that, I mean, some places you get a real peaceful feeling out of. Some places are a little bit more spooky feel, you know, but I personally, I don't know, I don't think graveyards are haunted unless it's maybe, I don't know, something that happened in a graveyard or somebody that's buried there that needs to be heard, something like that. I think if they're going to haunt somewhere, they'll haunt their home or their castle or their, you know, rather than where their body lies, you know.
And what is, well, I don't know if you mentioned it just there before, what is the oldest tombstone? Did you mention it before there?
The oldest one was in Dunletney there in Carlow. Just last weekend I actually videoed it, 1622.
Oh wow! God.
Yeah, no, that is.
Yeah, God, that is it's such an amazing find for that year. I wonder.
It's like
the number. Now, how's the number?
You know, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. 1622, and they didn't have 16. Like, how did the markings of that grave stone itself?
When I looked at it first, I went, it couldn't be, and I traced it with my finger. I could feel the numbers. The name was Brian, but everything else, and there was ivy on it, but I didn't want to go near the ivy because you can destroy a headstone as well. So I could see it, and I photographed it, and I videoed it, and I was thrilled.
Wow.
1622. That's like
some find, yeah.
First time, I think. Yeah, that was. I think that would have been. Oh, that's nearly 400 years.
Yeah. How can that even be standing?
It was barely standing.
Yeah.
I was going to go to a few shout outs there. So Cal's has got ghosties. I don't know where that's probably behind you there, Sue. There, Caroline Hughes says family's watching Carry On Screaming. Oh yeah, I don't know. Was that a film? One of the Carry On films. Joanne says, "Cool headgear, Anthony, like in a mask too." This is mine. I don't know.
That's his generalized thing.
They're usually like that.
I see him like that all the time when I go down. So
Mary says costumes are good there. Thank you, Mary Kate there. Kieran Joseph, hi everyone. Hi Kieran in Cork. Love the free costumes there. Is that Shrek? That's probably to do with me. I don't know. Or you should know. Sorry, I'm only joking. I met a few artists in my time who said I met a few con artists in my time who said they had the touch. Where in the west of Ireland? I suppose that is that to do with the one of the graveyards?
Yeah, I mean, I was down in Galway, and it's actually, it's amazing down there, but there's loads in Cork. There's just loads everywhere. I have a list. It's upstairs, but I have a list of stuff that I want to do.
I actually interested, like some of these graveyards, like the really old ones now, they're kind of like, would you find like really hidden ones at the back of, a field type of thing?
Yes, we've had to cross farming fields, forestry. I mean, they're the best ones.
Yeah, I'd say so. Like, it's so intriguing. Yeah,
a lot of them are overgrown,
Overgrown, yeah. And like, how do you find these? Like, are you saying you'd have a list, or you kind of just track them down online?
Yeah, it's just going online, Googling, going through lots and lots, hours and hours and hours of stuff, and just finding the one and driving there.
Yeah,
and that's it, like.
Yeah, it's such a fascinating thing to do, actually. Like, I start up myself actually soon. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So we've got to talk about Sue's YouTube channel. Now, I know you mentioned that it's been up the last 4 months there, but how long, when you're doing a YouTube video there, how long do you go live when you're doing a YouTube video, and how long do you stay there at the cemetery?
Well, unfortunately, the biggest problem with going live is the reception here in Ireland. It's horrendous. It's awful.
Yeah.
I think I've had one really good live where it was crystal clear the whole way, and that's brilliant because you get to speak to everybody. And a lot of my followers are actually from America. We've to Gibraltar. It's a lot of Americans, and of course they are absolutely obsessed with Ireland, obviously, and the beauty of Ireland, and they are obsessed with the way our cemeteries are laid out. So, I mean, over in America, it's completely different. I'm obsessed with their cemeteries. They've got these big mausoleums and, all of this. But to go live, I suppose you'd stay on for about an hour, depending on the area, depending on the quality of internet, I suppose. So that I tried to do that once a week, but with the weather now as well, it just hasn't been, it's not easy.
It's deteriorating there.
Yeah.
I know. I suppose, I was going to probably come back to you there. I suppose people are trying to find out where their roots are. And I suppose when you probably look up the cemetery there, and you find it on your YouTube channel, you can actually see what the cemetery looks like. So it's a great idea there. Is there, do you think people, is it wrong for people to rob from a graveyard, or do you reckon?
We have seen some graves that have been graffiti. I've heard of stories of people taken from graves. That mausoleum in the McKenna Castle, I don't know whether somebody vandalized it. Well, actually, I do know, because I was told later on the lead off the coffin was ripped back. So somebody had gone in to try and source maybe jewelry or something. So it does happen. It is absolutely disgusting. I don't know anybody. I don't know how anybody could do it. I mean, that person would have no respect whatsoever, I think, in life generally, if they can do that to a grave, I mean, it's a place of rest. We're all going to end up there. It's the one thing, I suppose, that we know for certain in life is going to happen. So, and I mean, with my YouTube channel then as well, it's remembering the people that are forgotten. I mean, the likes of that 1622 grave, finally his name has been spoken, or her name, Brian, whatever it is. I think that was the surname. So they're remembered. And I always feel that when you speak somebody's name when you're after a grave, they are remembered, So anybody that can go to a graveyard, drink cans, I've seen that too, even rubbish, it's total disrespect.
And then I suppose with the lockdown, then I suppose people have been doing a lot more of that as well, because they've been discovering more places, but have been littering around as well. What's the most impressive statue you've seen?
There is several actually in St. E.I.P.R cemetery, actually in County Wexford. I mean, the angels and all. I mean, I love those. There's a weeping angel. She's kind of standing over the headstone, looking down at the name, and it would also, it'd give you shivers nearly looking at it. But at actually the McKenna Castle as well, at the mausoleum, there's this beautiful, beautiful, just lonely white marble statue, just watching over the mausoleum, and it's like she's protecting it. Obviously, she didn't do a great job because it's been vandalized, but it is the most beautiful thing to think that somebody thought that out for their loved one, I suppose. And I believe actually it was the wife that did that. And, that was the angel to overlook the mausoleum. And I mean, we've been blessed that we have found some really, really, but that one has kind of actually stood in, I've remembered that one, like.
And is there any particular, like as you mentioned, is there any particular places you'd love to go and visit there that you've got plans in the future?
Glasnevin. Glasnevin is the big one. Yeah. Now,
it's so extensive.
Oh yeah, but I mean, I also went to Edinburgh. I was there a few years ago. I wasn't into YouTube at the time, but now it would be, it's the one I want to do.
The Kirk graveyard.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, yeah. There's one in London. There's just so many. But
there's a fantastic ones in London. I know you probably want to get to them yourself.
Absolutely. But the one in Dublin is probably hopefully the next one.
Yes.
Get to do.
Stuff. Yeah.
And who comes along with does anybody else come along?
Drag them along. My partner actually is a great help. He holds torch, or he has pushed me up hills to try and get up further up the things. And then sometimes the kids come along as well, because I mean they have to. They don't have a choice sometimes.
There's no saying the matter, yeah.
And so if you have any people, if you're ever watching now, we're going to share the details in a minute there. Where can people find you there, Sue?
Well, there's Serenity Sue O'Farrell Facebook page. That's not, I haven't had that up and running for very long. There's obviously the YouTube Serenity Sue, and my email is on that. So just actually to say, recently a man contacted me. He's actually living in America. He was, obviously from Ireland, but he lives in America, and his family is buried in Tullow in Carlow, and he hasn't been able to get back to visit the grave. So we actually went to the grave and placed flowers for him. So it was nice. It was. I mean, I love doing it for him, and obviously he got to see his family's grave as well. So it was kind of a nice connection there. So I mean, I've had a few of those requests as well. People asking, look, can you find so and so for me? Can you find, the McCormicks, the Sweeneys? So I've all that wrote down as well. So. There's a lot going on.
It's a great gesture you did there, and it's a great idea. It's great to have something like your YouTube channel where people can go to and find out, because it is obviously with COVID, people can't get anywhere these days.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm just going to a few questions there. Carol says, have you ever heard the story of Resurrection Mary in the cemetery in USA?
Oh yes, the Resurrection Mary. Yes, I have.
What is it?
As far as I can remember, she is supposed to haunt a cemetery. I can't remember the name of the cemetery. She's supposed to haunt a cemetery. She has been picked up by people, giving her a lift, I suppose. She tells them to drop her off at this cemetery, and then she disappears. As far as I can remember, she may have been killed in an accident or something similar like that. So Resurrection Mary is what she's called.
Actually, just thinking about that, I don't know if there's an Irish version of that as well. Like some lady dropped off outside. I think it was something that got to do with her wedding. I think that's got to do with something else. Actually, something like she was dropped off outside of church, died on her wedding day.
No way.
Dropped off every day. I think that's down your way, Anthony and Kerry.
I know. There's a road there. There's a church. Yeah, she got married at the church, and she appears on the road leading
at a certain time.
Yeah, so and the back of people's cars apparently there.
Mm-hmm.
Caroline says we went to Waterford Abbey, loads of I think that's crematorium. Would you? Is a crematorium?
Waterford Abbey, yeah.
I know there's one in Cork.
Cemeteries, maybe.
Probably cemeteries there.
Maybe
cemetery.
Bridget Burke says hi to you all. I believe that if something happened at a graveyard, that the spirits might hang around. We as a team pick up a voice on our EVP recorder at a graveyard. I love graveyards. That's Bridget from Seekers of the Afterlife there. Cal said she haunts it. Yeah, I think that's to do with this Resurrection Mary. Amy King says, do you have a link to your YouTube channel, Sue?
Not at the moment. I can sort it out anyway, but you'll find it Serenity Sue. You can't miss it.
Joanne says the Loretto Convent graveyard gory is interested in one grave of a young girl with 2 death certs.
I'm writing that
down.
I suppose. So that means like she was probably buried alive or something like that beforehand, or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll have to find that out there.
Like that in the 1800s.
TJ Mill says hi. Oh, hi TJ. Happy Halloween, everyone. Adrian Hanley says, can ghosts open cupboards? My partner fell asleep on the couch and said that sound of a slamming cupboard woke her, but I think she dreamt it. Love the show, guys.
Yeah, that's actually a fascinating topic in regards to, it's called exploding head syndrome, and it happens with, when you're in a deep sleep and you can actually hear something bang and it wakes you up. It's happened to me about 3 or 4 times before, so I had to figure out what it is. But I think, but it says opening cupboards, but the sound of something slamming is, something that if you're in a deep sleep, I think it's one of those things, or happens with inside your head. Yeah.
I suppose, the ears are trying to, relate. They're trying to. The brain tells the ears to relax. The sound that the brain.
Yeah,
so
I forget
everything then when you're asleep. But I suppose you're half.
The scientific thing of it, but there is a science behind that. Yeah.
Jean DeVoy says, "Wow, must visit." Julie Smith says, "Hi." Hi, Julie. How you doing?
Hello.
Happy Halloween, everyone. Sue, it's been great talking to you. God, it's gone so fast and all that.
Yes.
I know it's a shame there. I know, we will get you back on again, and
Brilliant.
we will. If you come down to Killarney, there's a nice graveyard called Killarney there.
Yeah, I have that wrote down.
We'll even come visit you there, and it'll be great. But we'll show you it anyway.
I'm definitely going to check out your channel for sure. Anyway, because I'm fascinated by it. But absolutely.
Amy King says that's happened to me a few times when I've been exhausted. You think you hear a loud bang or a door slam. True.
It's such a bizarre thing. Yeah, it is bizarre.
And Mary
it's sort of like sleep paralysis.
From Back in Time says, I always love a stroll through a graveyard. There's amazing people in history to be found, and even the monuments themselves are pretty cool. Only once did I see something out of the corner of my eye, and I knew I was being watched. Yeah. So they're nice. It's nice for everyone. Everyone can go as well. I take my 5 and 4-year-old there as well. So, folks, I'm going to be drawing out some balls from the bingo. Okay, so here it goes. I hope you're watching. Those that had the numbers there last week there, here it goes. So the first ball out that's going to be crossed off, that isn't going to win, is number 19. So who's that there?
Eugene Doran.
Oh, sorry, Eugene. Eugene from Afterlife Paranormal. Next number is number 9.
Number 9, I actually don't have written down here.
Oh, good. I know. Oh, Jesus.
I have 11
You only got 11 to 20, have you?
Yeah.
So that's Joanne Green. I'm sorry, Joanne. You still got a chance now in the mega draw. That's from the mini draw. So sorry there, Joanne Green. Next one out is going to be 5 balls drawn. Next one out is number 12. I don't know if you can see it. I'll show it up on the camera. Number 12.
Yeah, Cathy Houston.
Oh, Kathy. Sorry now, Kathy. I know you'll be on later on, so you can strangle me there. Well, you can't because you're not here. Anyway, next ball out is... Oh, there it is. There's a camera lens. Number 2.
Number 2 is not on this list.
No, because you don't have it, do you?
Yeah.
That's Jenny Sullivan. God, everyone who's on later.
Oh, I have Jenny on this. She's number 14 on my list.
Yeah, as well, she's on there as well, number 14. And the last one there, if your name's not drawn out, you're in with a good chance of winning. And next ball out is number 11. And so that's
Leanne
Marama, who we interviewed early on in the year. So thank you there, Sue.
Bye,
Love to
guys.
everyone.
Thanks very much
Million.
for coming along anyway. And it was interesting hearing about your Serenity Sue YouTube channel and what you do. So yeah, best of luck
Thanks a million.
for the
Bye-bye.
future.
I see you
Bye-bye.
again.
Bye.
Okay, so that was Serenity Sue there. And that's yeah, so check her out there. She's got a YouTube channel there on Serenity Sue. So you should check that out there.
Yeah,
Carol
just find it
says,
very fascinating. Yeah.
Carol says, what's the bonus number? I don't know yet. Joanne says, young girl's name was Alice Fortune, 1860s, one death cert. She's died in the letter Abbey Gory of fever. Second cert says she passed in Rathspeg from hydrocephalus.
Oh, that's very interesting actually. It's kind of like one of those kind of investigative cases, you know, see what actually went on there.
Caroline
Yeah.
says, how long are you going to keep the fear mask on? It does not
No, it's very it's suffocating me at the moment, you know. See how far I can push it. Yeah.
So Sinead's just going to tell everyone there we're going to show Darren Mann the interview there. So if you're interested in the paranormal database, what's happening around Ireland and haunted Cork, stay tuned. Sinead's just going to go through how you can contact us.
Yeah, so absolutely, you can message us here. Keep coming with your questions. There's so many of you here already. That's fantastic to see. So keep the questions coming in for the whole night. If you want a private message us, please do send us a little message privately in the chat. You can also head on to our website, GhostÉire.net. In the contact page there, you can fill the blanks in with even a really long question if you want. We'll get back to you. Absolutely. Or you can email us, ghost_era66@yahoo.com. If you're affiliated with any paranormal team, historical group, etc., please put that in the brackets as well. So we'll give you a bit of recognition on the show, on the future shows. So yeah, that's it. Yeah, but please do keep the we've got so many people here have joined us already, so it's a good start. Good start.
Yes, I hope you're all enjoying Happy Halloween. And I mean, Halloween is coming up. We're going to go into early hours there. And if you've got any pictures of your costumes, if you're wearing any costumes, feel free to put them on this post there.
Yeah, absolutely. If you are wearing anything, yeah, costumes.
Hopefully you're wearing costumes there anyway.
Yeah.
So this is interview there with Darren Mann from Paranormal Database there, and it's to do with also Haunted Cork. You'll need this, right? Hello and welcome to the Halloween Extravaganza 2. My name's Anthony Kerrigan. We're on the GhostÉire channel. And we are joined now by Darren Mann of the Paranormal Database. How are you doing, Darren?
I'm well, thank you, Anthony. How are you doing?
Oh, good. All happy for the spooky time of the year, all Halloween. I love it. I love it. Pumpkins at the ready.
Absolutely.
Today, so we're going to be talking to Darren about the Paranormal Database, the man behind the Paranormal Database, and also Haunted Court, the book which Darren wrote as well. If you'd like to contact the page, go to our website, www.GhostÉire.net. Fill in the blanks. If you have a private message, just put in brackets private message. Also, if you want to catch up on past shows, go to our website, www.GhostÉire.net, and just press the red button, the GhostÉire Channel, and you see past shows from there. So, how are you doing, Darren? Finally, after a decade, nearly.
It has. I mean, we're talking before, exchanging messages before this show, and we've messaged each other on and off for the past coming up to 12 years, but we've never actually spoken face to face. So this is quite a nice experience.
True, yeah, it's different there, and hopefully we'll get to see each other soon. Maybe I'm hopefully coming over there next year. There, if you allow me.
Yeah, no, it'd be fantastic to meet up.
So we're talking to Darren about the Paranormal Database there. But how long has it been established, the database?
I think it officially started around 1999. So as a bit of background, I just finished my degree, and my degree was in photography. Okay. And I spent my final year documenting and showing how UFO photographs could be faked. Okay. And I really enjoyed doing that. And once I left, I thought, well, I can't just give up on photography. So I'll need a new hobby, a new project to do. So I started to photograph allegedly haunted places around my local area, which is Suffolk in England. And then I started putting them online, and then I expanded the site to include photographs in Essex and Norfolk.
Okay.
And then about us amassing stories quicker than I could photograph. So I started to add the stories to the website, and then people started emailing me their stories, saying, oh, you've written this bit about this haunted place in Norwich. I went there and I had this experience. So it kind of escalated from there, to be perfectly honest. And then people started to email me stories from outside those counties. And so it just grew and grew until what it is today.
It's amazing there. And so that's probably what influenced you there. Is there any people that work with you there gathering up the stories, or is it just yourself? Or
no, it's primarily just me. Occasionally people will send me a batch of stories. So I've had a couple of so there's a cryptozoologist called Glenn Vaudry.
Okay.
And when he was researching, I sent him several pages of my notes. And once he'd published his book, he gave me permission to put most of that online in my bite-sized chunks. Cool. So, within a couple of days, I had covered lots of sea serpent sightings in in and around Scotland. But primarily in the day-to-day stuff, it is just little old me.
I know, because I remember one location we did there was GhostÉire there, and there was I found it on your database there. Looking for cryptids to investigate. There was a sea serpent, just as you mentioned, and it's in a lake in County Cork as well. So we went out on the lake and on a boat, and we started investigating it there. But it's interesting, the information that you can look up regularly on the database to see if there's any locations in different counties to investigate. So do you do the research yourself? Like, do you look into newspapers? Like, because I know there's a few of the accounts that is over 100 years old.
No, absolutely. So off the top of my head, I'd say around between 15 and 20% of the database is user submissions. and the rest of it I harvest from newspapers. So I have a series of Google alerts set up. So every week I get a summary of any newspaper articles featuring the words ghost or hauntings or cryptozoology or folklore. There's a website called archive.org. I'm not too sure if you've come across it, but it's full of out of copyright books from like early 20th century, 19th, 18th centuries. And it has hundreds of old folklore volumes. So I spend a lot of time going through those books and trying to marry up, because places, of course, change and names change. So trying to track down where that 18th century road currently is, and trying to update the records accordingly.
Yeah, true, because I know something like, as you said, it's some of the locations like you put in, like you say, the runes or on don't exist anymore. It's interesting. It's good to know that there, especially when you're looking for a big castle that's not there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So locally, there's a case of this bridge in a place called Bury St Edmunds, which is supposedly haunted by a nurse and a soldier. And I spent ages trying to find this railway bridge in Bury, only to find out that it was removed during the 1930s, and it's now a dual carriageway.
Oh, right.
So, minor environmental changes like that can have a massive impact on research.
True, yeah. So, is there any criteria, like if people put an entry forward, is there any rules to which go forward into the database, or?
Yeah, I have to admit, I do leave out certain records. So things like schools, if it's not an established haunting or well documented, then I'll tend to leave things like that out, because if you get down to it, most school kids will say, "Oh, my school's haunted," and there's some kind of urban myth concerning that school. I'm trying to be mindful of private residential places as well. So if somebody says I lived in a house along X Street during the 1980s, and somebody's living there now, I try to put the general area of that haunted house, rather than say, it's number whatever at X Street, because I can imagine there's nothing worse than having a Ghostbuster knock on your door as you're sitting down with tea, asking to investigate this house you didn't know was haunted, allegedly haunted.
I know, yeah, it's I know, because there was some accounts. I remember even going to a place called the Stowe, and there was a poltergeist activity. As I was mentioned before, it was over 100 years old. It was supposed to have happened then. It was a nun's house or something to do with a nun haunted a place. And I checked out the database and saw it was down the street, but I didn't know what number. But all of it was shops now anyway, so I knew it was something that I couldn't get into anyway.
Yeah.
But is there any? Did you notice any spikes in areas? And like, say, if would there be like 10 different people contact you in a short period of time about some sighting, like a UFO or a cryptid or a haunting?
There's a couple of places which spring to mind. So there's a private house in Edinburgh, which I think is rented out to students.
Okay.
And over a 2-year period, 3 people emailed me independently, as far as I could tell, about the same property, saying that there's something really strange here. And even though the accounts weren't identical, I think somebody saw this strange shadowy figure, and somebody else would hear taps at night, and somebody else would hear doors opening and closing for no reason. So strange clusters like that always intrigue me. And in Suffolk, there's Thetford Forest, a place called Thetford Forest. And once again, over a short period of 2-3 years, I had a few drivers email me saying that they had seen this they described it as like a part man, parts animal-like creature, which they saw moving around on all fours, and then raised onto its hind legs and ran off at incredible speed.
Okay.
So once again, I'm not too sure if they saw the same entity or whether or not it's a local practical joker who just dresses up and lurks behind the roadside. But those little clusters I do find quite interesting.
Or it could be a real animal. You just never know.
Absolutely.
Let loose. Somebody brought it back. I think it was an alligator in somewhere let loose in England. There, I think it was on the news. There, it was on this morning anyway.
I haven't seen that yet.
It was an alligator or caiman there, but so people would with these little clusters and all that. Would the people like researchers or even agencies, like government agencies, that would come to you for information about, like, say, if they were doing a survey on a particular area?
Yeah, like I touched on earlier, I've had several authors contact me asking for more details, and everybody's more or less happy to share that information around, as long as you credit it. I don't think there's any real harm. I think last year was the strangest query I had, and it was a private detective who had been asked to investigate the Holy Grail and wanted to know the source of a couple of the entries on my database, and whether or not I knew where the Holy Grail is likely to be located.
Come on, Darren, where is it? Come on.
And as quite honest, I said, if you believe that, then these are the places on my website which claim to have connection. But to be honest, I'm a little skeptical about the Holy Grail and its existence. So I'm probably not the best person to ask.
But there is a few places. It was the Church, is it?
No, that's one place. And there's a manor house which was in the papers a few weeks ago, which claims to have both the Grail and the Ark of the Covenant hidden in the basement somewhere.
Right.
So hopefully somebody will go there with a shovel and investigate further.
Hopefully I see if I can get over there, be immortal or whatever you call it, immortal. I know sometimes I don't feel like living forever, but it just Indiana Jones, I'm not. But so as well, Darren brought out Haunted Cork. Now, was that 2011? Was it, or 2000?
Yeah, no, it's 2011, I think. So 10 years ago now. Okay.
And tell me what made you choose County Cork anyway?
Well, once again, I received this call out of the blue from the publisher, which is History Press Ireland, and I'm still not sure why they contacted me. I have to be perfectly honest, but they said that they were looking for a group of authors, people to write about haunted islands. I think Haunted Dublin and another place had been taken.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. I know, there's a few places like Antrim and Carlow. Yeah,
that's right. So they after that they said, but you can do any county you want. And I thought, well, Cork is one of the places I have come across on my database. I've had stories submitted there. It looks a fantastic place to visit, because you've got so many castles and historical monuments that I wouldn't mind an excuse to go over anyway. So I said, Cork, that'd be fantastic. That'd be really easy to do as well. So,
and was it easy? Was it easy did you get some of the stories while you were over here, or did you?
Yeah, no. I have to admit it was more difficult than I thought, and I know you've been involved in writing, and it's one of those things. As a hobby, when you do it as a hobby, it comes really easily. But as soon as you've got a deadline and a set number of words, that's when the panic sets in, and you think, oh God, I've got so much to do. How am I going to do this? But once the ball's rolling, it's okay. And thankfully, Cork has so much folklore and people who are really friendly and approachable and are happy to share their experiences. It wasn't as bad as I first thought. Yourself included, of course. You are more than happy to share your experiences. So thank you.
Oh yeah, it was a fact, and thank you. It was really, it's looking back on it there, like it's some of the stories I didn't even know about there, but were going back through the archives or going to the people around that area, and they were like true, like it was a very interesting book. Yeah, so I would, if anyone's looking to buy a book for around Christmas or that Haunted Cork, do get it there. Like, and I was going to say that, what was a strange, what place sticks out for you when you came to County Cork, or which place you wrote about?
There are a couple of places which really stood out to me. So one was this property which we visited with the Cork Paranormal Group, which we'll touch on a bit later, I think. And Charles Fort, that building, I was just blown away by it, because it is so massive and atmospheric. When I went, there were very few people there, and I was just surprised that it wasn't a massive tourist attraction, because it is absolutely amazing. Cork Jail as well as another place which is just so much history there, and once again it's very moving experience as well, going through that building and reading about some of the things which went on there. It's quite, and all driven by passionate volunteers who work there as well. Absolutely astounding.
True, it's amazing. Yeah, they're nice spots as well. Like in Sale, it's beautiful there. I love the potato cakes. I'm on about food. It's Halloween.
Yes, time for too much candy, sweets. Yeah,
I've just had breakfast. I know it sounds like I'm up late. But what was I going to say? Have you any? So yeah, we'll touch part. I'm going to read a bit out from the book there about the photo road, which is in Cove. But before that, what were your memories of the investigation at the abandoned building just outside Cork City there with Cork paranormal investigators?
I was completely unprepared for it. So I met up with Jackie. It was absolutely fantastic, and she said, "Oh, we've got this building, which is worth looking at." And I thought, excellent. And we drove out and drove to the middle of nowhere. And there's this big building, which, and she was like, "Oh, just cut through here. I thought, oh, it's my first night in Cork. Where am I?
I know what they're going to do to you.
And it was an absolutely amazing place. But yeah, very atmospheric. So it was cold, damp. It was raining really, really hard.
Okay.
I just struggled to describe the experience. I haven't done anything like it since, as be said. So, one of the definite highlights of my paranormal life, I think. And looking back, it's one of these things where it's really hard to gauge whether or not something weird did happen, because you're built up with this anticipation, and a dripping of a leaking roof, could be interpreted as footfalls along an empty corridor. You just don't know. But that's part of the appeal for me in paranormal investigation. You just don't know, and that keeps it interesting for me.
So you're like a parapsych. Well, you would be like a parapsychologist. You evaluate there, like as you said, it could be acoustic sounds of the water dripping coming from the roof there, coming in. But if I know of the building, I know of the building there, and I know it is a spooky place. I've never investigated myself, but I've been around it there. Never been inside, but yeah, it is spooky. So I'm just going to read out a bit of bit of the chapter. So this is page 34. This is Photo Road, and this is from Haunted Court from Darren Mann. So the Photo Road heading towards Cove is one covered in tales of paranormal activity. Over a pint, people may crack a joke about the headless horseman said to gallop at full speed, or the phantom carriage pulled by a team of phantom nags. But a couple of stories are ingrained in Cork's paranormal culture. I heard about the photo ghosts from a Greek long-distance delivery driver I bumped into in Cove. He told me that he hated travelling the road at night as his cab would become icy cold, no matter which setting he selected on the air conditioning. I was intrigued and started to dig out other stories of the road. The first ghostly stories of the Photo Road appear to date from around the early 20th century. As a small group of people returned from a local dance, they watched as a coach pulled by a team of headless horses drove past them. Although the occupants of the carriage are not described, it is said a hand appeared from the coach and waved at the witnesses. Further down the road, the coach was seen again, this time by a lad riding his bicycle. The cyclist was forced to mount the footpath to avoid the coach hitting him, or passing through him, of course. The sighting of the phantom coach coincided with the death of a prominent woman who lived close by, and those in the know agreed that the vehicle had come to collect her soul. So that's just a little bit from the Photo Roads, which I won't be going down to. especially not tomorrow night. It'd be spooky there. But that's in Cove, and that's part of the book in Haunted Court. Have you any plans to write any more books there, Darren, based on the paranormal?
It's one of those things. I'd very much like to. So somebody suggested I publish a diary. So because there's so many events which are supposed to occur on certain days of the year, and a few years ago I did publish a PDF, which I think is still floating around online, which is like the paranormal calendar 2016. I think I did it, and that's free to download. But I wouldn't mind revisiting that, and mainly because it's not just hauntings. So lots of fairy sightings that are supposed to occur on certain days of the year, or there's various legends about King Arthur's table, and that appears one day a year. So, and if you're got the time, you can probably travel around visiting all these places, and set your watch by some of these paranormal events.
True, it's like a tourist list. It's like the gigs throughout the year, but for paranormal enthusiasts, they would go by that dates, and there's a few in Ireland, but actually that's one thing there. I suppose there's not that many anniversary kind of sighting dates in Ireland there, which is kind of unusual there. Well, it's not documented too much there, but that would be cool because it's people get to see those sites there and go on different journeys. Have you is there anywhere we can get Haunted Court, the book? Is it still available?
I have to admit, I'm not 100% sure. So every so often they send me a list of how many it's sold, but I've got a feeling it's no longer published. So you might have to route around your local charity shop, or buy secondhand from various online stores, which I'm not going to name because they're far too big for their own good.
I know, yeah. I know they're true, yeah. Like, I won't mention the big one beginning of A.
Yes.
But I bit of trouble with it. Anyway, that's where I won't be going to next time with the book. Anyway, they take enough electricity. Apparently, they take loads of electricity out of Ireland. Anyway, but anyway, for database. But that's a different thing, not your database. Yeah. But Darren, I really appreciate it and thank you there. So wait there, I'm just going to show a couple of pictures there. So this is the paranormal database. If people are looking to see the website there, it's very worth looking into there. And it's if you're looking for locations, as in Darren said there, if you're going around different counties in Ireland or England, or you're going over for a holiday back and forth, this is the paranormal database. And it's got all the counties are covered, isn't it? Is that correct, Darren?
Yeah, no, that's correct. So all counties throughout the UK and Republic of Ireland. And
I'm just going to show haunted. So if people if you look up haunted Cork, and there might be, I'm just going to show this. This is the front cover. Is that the castle and Cove, is it? I think it was Belvedere.
Yeah, no, you're right. Belvedere, I think. Interestingly enough, since that photo was taken, it's been completely renovated, and people are now living there.
Yeah, I think there's been massive restoration work there, and that's actually just across the way from the photo road, which was just talking in the book there. And the castle that we were included in the book there, Carrickapooka Castle, that's completely changed the road down there. Now it's like a motorway now, so it's all changing around there.
No, it is, which I think is why it's important for people to document the places before they do change.
Yeah, true as well. Yeah, as you mentioned, there's locations there that you mentioned there, and they're no longer existing. But you know, you can still visit them, but they might have changed over the past how you see them there. Darren, thank you, and I hope you're having a good night tomorrow night. You're going trick or treating?
No, I'll probably stay in with a bowl of sweets with my partner, and we'll watch a couple of horror films.
That's the job. Lovely job. I'll have to have the face paint on, unfortunately, there. So, folks, yeah, stay tuned on the Halloween Extravaganza 2. We'll have more guests coming up in a minute there. We'll be happy if I'm muted.
Hello?
It would be handy if I unmuted myself there. Like, yeah, so I'll just change into my face paint there again, folks. That was Darren Mann from the Paranormal Database. If you're interested in going on investigations or checking out his page there, the Paranormal Database there, it has a big logbook of anything to do with ghosts or cryptozoology there. Check it out there. So, Sinead, just tell us who's coming up. Tell us how people can contact us first.
First of all, yeah, keep your questions coming in now. Keep us on this page. You can contact us here in the little box down below, or you can send a message onto our website at GhostÉire.net, onto the contact page there, fill in the blanks, and also our email address, which is ghost_era66@yahoo.com. So there you go.
So we have our next guests here. We have Kevin, Dean, and Michelle Connolly are Back in Time Paranormal Investigations. How are you doing, folks? Oops,
how's it going? How are you?
Can you hear us?
I'm muted then as well, yeah. We can all talk and sign, yeah.
I know,
good,
yeah,
thank you.
The night for technical trouble, especially with Sinead's mask there that she's got on there. How are you keeping, folks, there?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all good.
More
getting
breathable,
over
yeah.
our team event last week. We were out in Pharmaphobia in County Meath, and we just had a brilliant time. Yeah, so
oh,
well
brilliant.
worth it.
Yeah, I was there
Oh,
once. It was
yeah.
3 years ago. It was great fun. Did you go? Was it this had this scare
The
the cornfield? Was that
That's
the
it.
one
But
with
this
the
really had
cornfield
turned
and the
into World War
sledgehammers?
II or World War
Yeah.
One. So you were going through the trenches and the gunshots were firing. It was brilliant. It was absolutely fabulous. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
they go over and beyond, don't they, with all their,
Yeah.
like, you
So
know,
we're
And it
going
was
to start
definitely
off
this year.
with,
fantastic, yeah.
so we're going to start off with the first topic there, which is experiments there. So I'll just go into the topic of experiments there, because back in time there, you do loads of experiments there. And, you know, spiritual side there, you most like ourselves there. But how important is it for investigators to prepare for experiments and research them? I'll go probably yourself then first, Michelle, and then I'll come to Kevin then.
Yeah, I think you know what, the best thing that you can do, for me anyway, in a paranormal investigation, is to trust your own senses and go in as yourself with nothing and just stand there and take it all in. And that's the best experiment you can ever do, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, obviously, you know, there's the gadgets and the lights and everything like that that goes with it, and then there's the other kind of trigger objects that we would use as well. Like we use both in kind of, you know, in tandem kind of thing there. But yeah, I think it's very, very important to experiment when you're on an investigation. Don't go in just putting down your equipment and hoping that that's going to give you the answers you're looking for, because it won't.
And what type of experiments, I know myself there, but people are watching, what type of experiments do Back in Time Paranormal do?
We are basically, we do use a lot of trigger objects, and we kind of, wherever the location is we're going to, we try and make them to that location. For example, now I know a lot of people do this. You go to E.I.P. Castle, you're looking for the two little girls there. You'll bring dolls, you'll bring bouncy balls, you'll bring things like that to kind of get their attention. Other things we've used, especially in the bloody chapel in E.I.P., we have crucifixes and the Bible. That kind of did works quite a lot. Our last investigation that we had there, we had people reading, different team members reading from the Bible. It was mainly when the women got up and read from the Bible that we got the reaction we were looking for. They just did not want us there. We weren't allowed to be there. But when the men did it, it was zero. But in other places, you've done things like that and it has actually worked for the men. It just depends on your location, where you are, and you know, you kind of target it to the location you're on.
And as I suppose yourself there, Kevin, there, like, do you use spiritual side? Would you be more on the science or the spiritual side yourself? Or?
Yeah, well, I kind of tend to approach things as a skeptic. I'm an open-minded skeptic, so I'm kind of looking for something that's better than just something that might click or knock in the corner. You know, I'm looking for something a little bit more substantial. But for as far as experiments go, I tend to stay as far away as possible I can from flashing lights or anything that's electronic. Might give off its own frequencies. Anything that could be tampered with, even if it's accidental. But you know, something can be influenced. So I'm fascinated by the whole stone tape theory. You know, if there's an incident that happens, that a large amount of energy goes out, like, of fear, anger, hatred, you know, some sort of a thing, it gets absorbed into the natural elements that are around, which is what attracts me to the older buildings as well. Yeah. And if you can bring something like a trigger object, where it could be music, music is a good one that we use. We tend to bring music that would have been around, a style of music that would have been played in the building over the generations, you know. And if you just let it play, and see if you can bring something, shake and vibrate the building to a certain frequency, that it might play back something from a moment in the past that was related to that. And that's the one that attracts me the most. And I was kind of wondering what you guys thought of the stone tape theory as well.
Oh, it's go ahead there, Sinead, there.
Actually, energy, whatever that was captured within that time, I think that's actually a really, really good thing that do. Well, I think it really does spur on, you know, activity in that way, you know, rather than, you know, I suppose with gadgets or whatever. But yeah, I agree.
I'm wondering as well, is there something, you know, it really would only work with the older buildings as well, because modern buildings are all made out of prefabricated materials and composite materials. That it's not going to work, you know. So you're looking for something that uses stone and slate and really, really, really old dried timber, you know, something that would it's an interesting concept, and I think the one in Leap Castle where we had the Bible and we read from the Bible was actually really good, and I would recommend anybody give that a go, because we got unusual kind of feedback from it, and I'd love to see what other people get too. But I think one of the most pleasing ones I think we got ever, from me personally, was when I think we played some David Bowie in some building somewhere. I can't even remember the building, but we played a David Bowie song, and things started happening when we played the David Bowie song, which was incredible. Like, it was really, really good.
Yeah.
It's
And also,
go ahead, shout.
Yeah, we were actually, and this was an unintentional trigger object, but we were in Ross Castle in County Meath on one of our nights, and Mary Nolan, who you know from our team, was sitting at the head of the table. We had ordered in a Chinese, and we were all sitting around the table. But when she was sitting at the head of the table, she was wearing a cloak, a beautiful long velvet cloak, and I remember watching her and looking at her and thinking, oh, that's going to spark something off. And that night, I have to say, I've been in Ross, I think about 6 times at this stage, but that night was the highest level of energy I've ever seen anywhere. The whole place just lit up, but you know, the kind of thing. And I firmly believe that she started that without knowing it by sitting in a costume that some spirits recognized. They seen her at the head of a table and channeled into her and pulled out of her then for the entire night, and that in itself is just amazing.
Yeah. As you said there, I suppose it's like a psychometry, and then you've got like the Singapore theory, like as yourself, like past enactment there with what Mary wearing the clothing there, and yourselves, you mentioned like the reading out of the Bible there, and objects there that may have been touched there, and I suppose like the stone tape theory that Kevin mentioned then as well. I suppose it's fragments of our bones or blood or saliva, even saliva, as we know with COVID, is left in the building there, even hair strands as well. So I suppose I wouldn't disagree with orb theory as well. I know I would be more to it, but to why it's there, not to what we see, but why is it there? And that remnants is causing these spirits to come. I'll just go to a few shout outs because I continue on with the experiment question there. Mary says Kevin's experiments in the Church of Loftus Hall were always awesome.
Yeah, we had a few. I can't let that go without responding to that. Is that
tarot cards?
We'd I pretty much, if you're going to do trigger objects, you really have to go for it. I mean, the whole idea is a trigger object, and you're trying to entice something and force something and get a reaction, even if a building is calm and the spirits don't want to talk, and you're going to try and poke them until you get a response. So in the church, in the chapel in Loftus Hall, we would do that. We would have some of Michelle's packs of tarot cards. She has quite the collection, and I would pick the ones that were the most disturbing, that would not be
welcome.
That would not be welcome in a church. We did those, and we got great responses from some people weren't interested at all, and some people stood at the back and didn't want to come forward. But some people gave it their time. We would get them to choose get them to hold the packs first and see how they feel. We would get them to stand in a circle and be encircled with everybody else and hold the packs, get them to pick out particular cards. Those were kind of fun, because we didn't really know what was going to happen, and probably didn't even realize we didn't even know if we'd get everybody out of the church at the end of the night, to be honest with you. So it's good fun. Good fun.
Well, they'd be taking the packs home with themselves.
This is it. We'd have to count them out of the room after we count them in to make sure you had the same number.
They might have the pack there, but the cards are gone. The packs. Eugene says, I agree, your intuition is everything there. Eugene from Afterlife Paranormal. Joanne Bean from Seekers of the Afterlife says, true Michelle, eyes and ears are the best investigation equipment.
Yeah.
Caroline Hughes says, hello again. So yeah, go on, Kev.
There's one of the things that we tend to do when possible, if time permits, before we start off a night of investigations, we tend to sit around the main room or whatever the gathering room would be in a particular building, and we'd sit down and we'd have a chat for about 10-15 minutes, where we'd be just telling stories and catching up with each other and talking about different events and stuff like that. We would be laughing and joking, and we're not really paying attention to what experiments we should be doing or what's planned for the build. But it's when we have a conversation, we notice things are coming through. We hear things coming towards us. We can hear other activity and movement around the building or in the other rooms. We can pick, some of the experiments do pick up on some things. And it seems to be a case of when there's just general good humored chat, something as simple as just a group of people having a conversation around a table seems to get a reaction as if spirits are responding to those conversations and almost tuning in and paying attention and wanting to join in on the conversation, if you know what I mean. And so it doesn't even have to be a fancy experiment. It doesn't have to be fancy equipment. It doesn't have to be a very elaborate setup. It could just be a simple conversation between friends. And that's enough to be a trigger object.
True. Yeah, so it's normally when you're just talking back and forth.
Yeah, it is. Generally, it is. If
something
you're
on
laughing
here,
and you're just joking about.
I was just going to ask you there, is there any experiments that you find pointless doing? That you might have seen from other groups?
That's an interesting
That's a very good question. That is a very good question.
What pieces of equipment that you find pointless there? Like,
I think about experiments that are pointless. I think, you know, gosh, just
oh, I have a piece of equipment I think is pointless.
Okay, go ahead.
I know.
Go on.
I'm not into the whole thermal cameras, the thermal heat cameras.
Thermal imaging cameras,
yeah. The thermal imaging, I don't see. It can be faked or tampered with too easily. It can be set up, and I don't think that the spirit world in general is a good heat. You know. I seen a warm handprint up on a wall or something like that. Straight away, that's to me is just somebody has touched the wall. I don't see, like, you know, I just don't see it being a viable kind of
gadget. I know.
And you always see people trying to, like, you know, you always see people talking about cold spots, and it's in all the movies as well. You know, there's a cold spots and stuff like that, and then there's a warm handprint on the wall. Doesn't really make sense. So I think that for me is probably the one that's most pointless. You're up.
Well, Michelle.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I think the ones with the children, because I'm very sensitive to children. I don't like, you know, going into places where there is, you know, there's supposedly the spirits of children there. When you're bringing the dolls and stuff, I know we do it. Brings it. You know, I'd rather not experiment with children, if that makes sense. I just think they've enough going on wherever they are, trying to figure out where they are and stuff like that, without people coming in and throwing things at them and saying, "Come on out and play." And that's something to me I don't like doing. But that's, again, it's a personal thing. So yeah.
Well, I don't mind experimenting with children. Sinead's there. I'm only joking. But it's interesting what you said about the thermal imaging camera there, Kevin, because it is like we had one, we got one still there, and I was thinking, should I bring it out again? Thinking,
it doesn't really come out too often, does it?
No, it's
like, very rarely seen. Yeah.
As you said, there's so many things that could cause in different temperatures, and just us being there, it contaminates the temperature going in the room to settle and all that. It takes ages for a room to settle.
That's it, yeah.
Stuart says, "Hi, Kev. Hi, Michelle."
Hey, Stuart.
Mary Nolan.
Hi, guys.
Mary Nolan says, from back in time, says, Singapore effect has always worked for us on location.
Yeah.
Joanne,
I agree with that as well. Yeah.
Joanne Breen says church music in Webb Castle was effective.
Oh yeah. Oh, that'd be good. Yeah.
Yeah, we actually did do the music when we were doing the Bible readings in Leap Castle, and Mary was picking up on Latin. She could hear Latin in her head, and that was coming out. You know what I mean? That was the effect that the trigger object was having on her, like that she could actually hear this, and she started saying things in Latin and I think she was singing a song or something in Latin, if I remember right, or she was saying a prayer in Latin, and that's where I think, you know, you when you use trigger objects, it doesn't necessarily have to be. And the spirit around you, it can affect the people within the room with you, and they can actually come out with some great stuff, and they're telling you things that you're like, all right, that makes sense, you know. So would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think when you try and recreate a scene that may have possibly happened in a particular room, and if people have kind of the correct objects in their hands, or are perhaps wearing the correct clothing, or saying the correct phrases. I mean, it's again back to the stone tape for me.
Yeah.
The building is aware of this kind of vibration that's coming from the voices or the presence in the room. You really, it kind of gives you something back and kind of replays the scene. I mean, the E.I.P.R Castle, the church at the top, the bloody chapel at the top of E.I.P.R Castle is a great place for doing that kind of stuff, because you have so much space up there that you can get so many people up around, all gathering as a congregation and perform a mass or a piece of a mass. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better than that. I mean, there's also the oubliette, but they wouldn't let me throw anybody down. I wanted to give that a go, but it was
Mary,
what better way to recreate something, you know? Then you go.
I know, right?
I was just going to say, because as you mentioned all that there, and I was mentioned on a castle during the week. Dan was on about how one of the people that was on the radio station mentioned the name of a spirit there, and mentioning the name of actually spirits there actually probably ignites their consciousness. Like when we know ourselves with children there, when they're in danger, we call out their name so they come alert. So I know people don't usually call out names of spirits that have history to the place, but I suppose it's a good idea to as well there. Yeah. Mary says, I still think Kevin playing David Bowie's songs anywhere is going to spark a reaction. Definitely.
Yeah, true.
Stuart Fell says, I think my phone apps like Paratech used on investigations are a waste of time. What do you think of that, phone apps there?
Yeah, I'm not into the phone apps at all. You know, you can make any apps can do anything they want to do. Do you know what I mean? So if you have an app that's telling you there's going to be a ghost or giving you names and stuff like that, personally, I wouldn't take that as evidence. I mean, I've seen people use it, and you know, that's great. If you know they want to go ahead with that, that's nothing. You know, I mean, we've used them ourselves. We actually have used them ourselves, but I don't take that as evidence. I couldn't. It's not for my thing. Huh?
Have we?
Yeah, we used it in the Athenaeum in County in Wexford, in Enniscorthy there. And I don't think you were there. And yeah, it just doesn't do it for me. Yeah, that's just a personal thing.
I agree with Stuart. I think he's nailed it pretty much there. Yeah.
But I do remember actually one thing we did use. We were doing a private house in Trim. I think it was our second time on the visit, and Mary was there, and she brought up old coins, Padraig Pearse and stuff like that was on them. And that night, in that house, I'll actually mention this house again later on, but in that house, we could hear well, Mary picked up on it because obviously she's brilliant at doing all that, but it was the marching of soldiers walking through. It was almost like as if she'd opened up this channel that, you know, soldiers were marching through the house as if it was a walkway. You know, obviously there's not a house there in their time, and they were just walking through. But it was the coins that actually triggered that off, because we had been in the house previously and not picked up on that. Yeah. And it was a simple coin that did that, which I thought was pretty cool. So it's the simplest things, I think, as an experiment that can actually give you what you're looking for. You don't have to go in with like mad things built and you know, the kind of thing. I think you can go in very simply and just think about where you're going and say, all right, that might work, and let it go.
You're not getting a proton pack in the future or something like that? Or...
He's building one, but you know, just in case.
Work in progress.
Yeah.
Bridget Burke says, hi, Michelle and Kevin. Hi, Bridget. From Seekers of the Afterlife. Yvette, is Yvette with Back in Time as well?
Yvette's with Back in Time,
yeah. Hi, guys. Bridget says, I remember being in Loftus Hall with yourselves and played beautiful music. There was a great reaction that night.
Yes.
A lot of...
Oh, that's interesting.
That was this. Yeah, for the stairs, we would play the music on the stairs. I think that's where we actually played the David Bowie music and John Lennon. We played something. We played some old Elvis stuff as well. But we tried to take something from each decade that was popular. Because,
very interesting.
You know, there's been music played in that building from a long time ago. So we kind of just went back as far as we could, and I think we finished up with some sort of orchestral music.
Yeah, we did Game of Thrones, the Red Wedding, because we were trying to get what that music would have been, you know, obviously that type of music would have been there at the time.
Yeah, at some point,
we did get a lot that night on the stairs. Here we go, we're talking about real equipment. We had the REM pod was triggering, the K2 was going mental, and they were all in different parts, and so but you know,
I know we used the turntable on a location. Remember Sinead at Springfield Castle? And I think with the old vinyl records,
Oh, we did have a music box or like a jukebox that was
I'm on
actually
about
within
when we were doing like the turntable
setup.
the last time we were there in the tower. Yeah, and it was
Oh,
all
yeah,
I think it was Beethoven's symphony there, I forget now there anyway. But we had the best reactions to it then afterwards. It was probably one of the best, most scariest places we've done
actually
there. Also, Mary says, what's your favorite piece of old equipment? Old school equipment?
Old school equipment.
Is that like a compass or an eraser or something? I think she's on about
ruler.
Old school equipment. I suppose we have we've boards made up with it's just black boards, and we have like little marks on them where we put ping pong balls on them, like 3 ping pong balls, and we'd set them up in a location at the start at night, and we'd set them up around the kind of the wherever we are the building. We'd have a few of them, and I suppose that's a good one to see if we come back and have they moved. If there's no one else there and no one else that contaminate that, have they actually moved? Now, to date, we haven't had that. We have had no evidence of it, but I'm still hopeful. It's still one of my favorite things to do, because I think if there's an energy or in a room that is a kind of an intelligent energy, and it can move that, I mean, that's going to be a great piece of evidence for me.
It's also a very good one to use if you have a large building, a large location with many rooms. And you want to kind of use your resources as best as possible by putting people in hotspots, but you know that there might be something in one location, but there might not be enough people there, or you don't want too many people congregate in one area. It's something that you can set up and leave alone, and just leave it there for 3 hours, and nobody will go down that end of the building, and then you go back and see if there's anything moved. It's a good one for that kind of thing.
And actually, we set up another, I suppose it's old school as well, it was wind chimes.
Oh yeah,
we set them up in Ross Castle once. It was actually just myself and Kev there at the time, and we set them up in a room, put on the camera in the middle of the day, and we went out, locked the room. Now I know you can't actually physically lock the doors in Ross Castle, but what we did was we actually stuck some paper in the door, so we knew if anybody had opened it, the paper would be in a different location. So we had genuinely, really tried, and we going back through the tapes the next day or whatever, and halfway through it, the wind chimes went mental on the door, and we were like, we have no explanation for that, and we were trying to capture something like that, because there was nobody in the room. We came back, everything was as was, so that was great in the middle of the day.
That's right.
Amy Descent says, I sometimes wonder how confused we make poor spirits from the 19th century, etc., with our scary electronics sometimes.
Totally agree with that. And it's one thing you see it on TV shows now. I know TV shows are edited and stuff like that, but people say, "Oh, we were actually just watching one there the other night, and she was saying, oh, come over to the Mel meter, and come near it." And I was thinking, how in God's name is that person going to know what a Mel meter is? It just doesn't make sense. So to me, when people are doing it, it's like, if we do with the K2 or whatever, come to the lights and make the lights light up, and there's a little box, and you're trying to explain it. Well, I feel I'm trying to explain it to what somebody who knows nothing about it is, and you're trying to tell them what it is. So yeah, I do. You would confuse anybody with those kind of equipment things.
I know. Mary says, I still think Suzanne glasswork is awesome.
My God. Suzanne was in a room with the public one night, and the glass was going mental around the table. She is, I don't know, she's got this vibe with this glass, right? But I remember the public were there, and one woman actually asked her, could she look under the table, because she was convinced that there was some kind of like magnet or something underneath pulling it. And Suzanne had to turn the table over and show her that there was actually nothing there, because it was too real. It's another kind of thing. Suzanne is amazing. She's just that's the thing. I think with the team, we all kind of have our own bits that we can do. Like I could walk into your team and say with the glass and nothing would happen. Do you know that? You know what I mean? But we all have our own little things that we can do, and I just think that's what works in a team, when you can get together and it all just gels.
Yes.
Yeah, it seems to be like what I know from yourselves there. You've all got different. I know, skills or powers, whatever, but different techniques there, which is probably the best word for it there, like ourselves there. And we all have different techniques and all that, but it all gels together and it comes together into one mind there. It works perfectly there. So we're going to talk about vortexes in a minute. There, before that, I just asked,
very interesting.
I'm not going to go into one at the moment. Whoa, back over here.
Hold on.
No, it's all right. And before that, Mary wants to know what's your favourite location. One that Mary hasn't been to.
What the Mary doesn't know about? No, she doesn't.
I can actually tell you my favorite location. It sounds really insignificant, but some people might feel the same. In E.I.P.R Castle, when you're walking up that main spiral staircase, and you can get out into the gallery room and up onto its balcony, up into halfway up, there's a small entrance that you can walk into a small room. That's just off that stairway. I don't know what it was. It's a very small room, like a pantry kind of thing. And there's usually a chair sitting in that room somewhere. But whenever I'm in there, it feels odd. It feels different. It feels a little bit disjointed from the rest of the castle, even though it's part of the castle. Yeah, but when you sit in there and the lights go out, it's that to me is my favorite place I've been.
That's weird you're talking about that, Kevin, because that's the exactly same area where it's shown the premiere later on where something happens there. So,
really?
Was it?
I'm very intrigued about this
now.
Yeah.
Joanne says Joanne from Secrets of the Afterlife says the spirits in the Aphanim and the Scorphy like 1920s ballads, but it was a no to Aura's choices song. Bat out of hell.
I understand.
I'd play that.
Bridget also says, where is the most active place you have been to?
I would have to say it's Ross Castle in Meath. As I said, we had some like something that something that genuinely scares you, that you just like you're kind of catching your breath. Yeah, that place is, for me, that was
Yeah.
What about you? Yeah.
Same. Actually, it's the same for me.
I'd say the most active place I've ever been is a private house in Cabra. But it is a private house, so I can't really say much more than that.
Airy Descent says, I live 30 minutes from Leather Castle, and the building alone just seems to feel just out of place in the landscape, energy-wise there. Neve says, hi Neve, how you doing? Because I love Ross Castle, so many different experiences. So we're just going to talk about the subject of vortexes there before we go in and out of other stuff.
Nice.
That's a joke. Anyway. It's the end of the year.
Your dad jokes are on fire.
Got another 3 hours to go. So anyway, vortexes. I've got to start with Kevin first there because Kevin loves this. These vortexes, what type of element are they made up with? So the description of it says it's water and air. Like what would you say these vortexes are made up of there, or what are they?
Well, I did the whole point of me wanting to talk to you this evening was to try to get some answers from yourselves and anybody else watching, because I just don't know. I don't. I just don't know.
Right. Okay.
Because I find that it's a term that's used very, very loosely, and people have claimed to have seen or had them or experienced them in some ways. I've never experienced them to my knowledge, but the ones I'm kind of more interested in are the ones where an item in a building, in a house, in a room will disappear, and you can search for that item, nothing, and then 3 days later it will appear in the middle of the table in another room. Something that will now it needs to disappear and then reappear somewhere else. So are we talking dimensions here? A vortex that leads to a dimension, or is it a vortex that just that does something else? It has to reappear though, because if something disappears, you've just lost it. So it has to that's part of the whole thing.
Yeah, you're right. I suppose if people go in and out, I suppose if they go out, they have to go somewhere, and then they have to come in somewhere as well. It might be the same as
they have to
reappear somewhere else.
They have to return. So I think if I could just bring us up to the reason I want to do this, or want to ask this, because I do have a little bit of a story, and I'll be very brief. It comes from a family member, a family member I trust, and when they were young, they were throwing an object to each other in their house, or wherever it was, and it was like a copybook or so on. And when they threw it across the room, it missed the person who was supposed to catch it. They were throwing to each other like a frisbee.
Wow.
It missed them, and it hit the wall behind the person, and it dropped down the face of the wall. There was a table, like a coffee table, up against the wall, standing on 4 legs, so you could see it was just a plateau and 4 legs. You could see what was behind the. You could see the wall behind and what's underneath.
Yeah.
The copybook dropped down between the table and the wall, but didn't make it to the floor.
Oh my God!
It didn't make it past the table, and they pulled the table out and turned it over. It was never seen again. It never reappeared. It just vanished. So it went and didn't come back. But that's probably there's a few other details that would take too long to go into. But I think it's a good example of how something can disappear. A physical object can disappear in midair. So I was kind of looking for some feedback from yourselves. What do you guys think? Have you ever experienced anything like that you could kind of have some input on?
Like on a personal level, yeah, well, I have, like, when I was about 5 or 6, but it wasn't that the thing appeared again or anything like that, but it was just like, my mom had put an item on the bed, like, one day, like an important item, and she went up to check for it again, and it was gone forever. And we always tell that story because it was just like she placed it there, she came back to collect it 10 minutes later, it was completely gone. It was just very strange. It was a very, very important item, but I don't know if where that went. It didn't appear again ever. It was quite large thing at the time, so but I don't know. I've heard of experiments being done, like the Philadelphia experiment from 1945, where you had a ship that got pushed into a vortex and came out the other side like a couple of days later. But that's all kind of like one of those kind of conspiracy things that may or may not have happened, back in the time where they were trying to push the boundaries and stuff, I suppose, like with like different Tesla energies and whatever they were doing behind the scenes. So you don't know what goes on, what does go on. I think there's a lot of things with energies and different forces out there that we just don't know about yet. And perhaps the people out there do know about it, but they're just keeping it under wraps or whatever. So personally, I haven't had any experiences that were like profound or anything, but I do find it very intriguing.
Yeah. And in the same house, though, from the family, an item has disappeared. A personal item has disappeared, and they tell the story about how this item disappeared, and it was required, and it didn't appear for about 15 years later, and it reappeared in the middle of a room. Now it's the time lapse that it went by. It's not like something that was moved and then back for a few days as somebody dropped it or lifted something up and it was found. The room would have been cleared out, changed, things have done works on the house and so on, and then 15 years later or so this appears in the floor in the room. It appeared on the wedding day of the person that it is. So I'm led to believe it appeared on the wedding day of the person who owned that object, and that's something. So are we looking at something that's kind of, is it deliberately taken and deliberately given back? Is there a sense that it is deliberately taken and deliberately given back for that person, or is it random items that can slip in and out? I'm not really sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. I suppose there's so much array with vortices, or whatever they call them. I suppose with, as you said, why isn't anything else disappeared? Which is interesting. Is it is it to do with the gravity, mass, force, velocity? What type of thing needs to be disappeared there? I suppose, as you mentioned, the Bermuda Triangle is one as well, where things disappear. And as you said, I suppose there was one encounter. Was it at Loftus Hall? Was it the night we were there with yourselves?
Something disappeared, like a coin.
Oh no, was that a previous time? A coin disappeared and then reappeared again. Like that.
Yeah, that was a bit strange. Yeah,
but we were.
But I'm not too sure.
Talking about the Bermuda Triangle is just a story that came back to me. We were actually on a cruise one year around the Caribbean, and I noticed on the map, when you look in the television screen, they have the map of where the cruise is going and it was going to cross through the Bermuda Triangle. Of course, I went into kind of, oh my God, we're all going to die. So and Kevin was like, oh, for God's sake. That night, as we were crossing, I was like in the bed, like just wide awake, waiting for this thing to happen, right? What happened was the fire alarm went off in all the bedrooms in the thing, right? And I said to Kevin, I told you, this is it now, right? But what happened?
Get ready. Yeah.
Kevin went out to the balcony and he could see smoke coming out of something from below the ship. And he came back and he says, there's black smoke coming out of the ship. It was black smoke. Anyway. And so he said he went out the door and there was loads of people flying down the corridors with their life jackets on, and they were all, he closed the door again. He said, "What will we do?" And being Irish, as you are, you go, "Fire alarm's gone off. We wait and see what happens."
Go to the bar.
I was touching the floor, waiting to feel the heat.
Yeah, but with that, the captain of the ship came on, and he said, "Everybody relax." And he didn't say it like that, but he said, "Everybody relax. It's grand. Don't worry about it. It's under control." And that was fine. But yeah, we went back to sleep and everything like that. But I was sure that was the end of us that night. But the next morning, anyway, to just put that story to rest, the captain came on and he said it was a fire in the laundry room, and it obviously set off every fire alarm in the whole ship and said everything. But it was just very coincidental that it happened right at that point. And it's a story I always keep.
It says vortexes of, I think Joe asked the question, what is a vortex similar to a portal? And Eva replied back, vortexes have tied links to the city, which although folklore rather than spirits, could be considered separate dimension beings, notorious for making things just disappear. But then again, I find guitar picks seem particularly prone to do something very similar. You drop one and it just vanished there. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so it's and we're going to do, actually, you can stay around there. There seems to be a technical fault. There always is. I can't get the Back in Time logo off the thing. That's going to be
there you go. Ghost in the system.
Ghost in the system there. So we're just going to do the next bit of the Halloween draw. So Mary, I think you're still in it. Mary Nolan there. So from Back in Time.
Oh,
there.
Mary.
So we're going to see which is the next balls out there behind me. So number 1 is... That's Jenny again. Oh, sorry, Jenny. There.
A couple of those, right? Yeah.
Jenny's. That's the mini draw. Next ball out. So if you're the last ball in, folks, you're going to be the winner. Number 15, which is Warren Coates from Northern Ireland Paranormal Research Association, who we interviewed there a few months ago. Sorry. Next ball out is number 7. Unlucky there.
Number 7.
That's Shawnee Power from Slaney Paranormal. I'm sorry there, Shawnee. That another 2 balls left. Only 2 of them came out at the same time. Okay, we're going to read these ones. Okay, number 18. You see that? I'm not cheating there. There you go.
Yeah, TJ, is it?
Number 18 is TJ Mills. Sorry, TJ. And number 3 is... Number 3, Steve Parsons.
Sorry, Steve Parsons.
He's probably not watching anyway. He's somewhere else there checking for infrasound. Anyway, there. Michelle and Kevin, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for talking to us, and happy Halloween. Have you got any plans?
Yeah, happy Halloween, guys.
Tomorrow night.
Oh, going trick or treating with Sophie, our daughter. So yes, she's dressing up as a Springtrap from Five Nights at Freddy's, and she's raring to go. So
that's really cute.
I saw the costume there. It looks amazing there.
Yeah.
I love, and it's been. I suppose it has been 4 years since I last seen you there in person there since last saw. Hopefully we'll check in again there soon. There,
absolutely, love to.
Hopefully there's more paranormal public events. Hopefully we'll check in then as well. So I'll talk to you later there. I'll see you there, Kevin and
thanks
Michelle.
very much.
I'll talk to you soon.
See you.
Good night. Happy Halloween.
Take care.
Happy Halloween.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
So I'll probably have to refresh the page. Yeah. You just stay on there, Michelle. Sinead, I'm just refreshing the page.
Right, we'll do. Yeah.
Cancel that. Actually, you stay on there. I think we've got a bit of a technical problem as well. Can you still hear me, Michelle?
Reframe.
Me, I
Kevin?
can still hear you. Yeah.
If you can just log out for us there.
We're staying here for another couple of hours.
So,
don't know how to log out. Where's your log out button?
Eject.
Technical issues as well.
Keep the webcam on.
We're still going on for the next few hours there.
There we go.
Okay. Talk to you later there. This might do something.
So we're now Back in Time Paranormal Investigation. We have changed our name.
Yvette says, fantastic show, guys. We're still going on for the next few hours there. Stuart there. Yvette, sorry. Great show, guys. No problem, Stuart. We're still going on. We're still going for the next few hours. Sinead, can you tell people where they can contact us?
Yeah, so keep your questions coming in and your comments and your whatever you have there. Keep them rolling for another couple of hours. Also, you can contact us privately through our website, GhostÉire.net. Go to the contact page there, fill in the blanks, and also you can email us as well if you want to do the long-winded way and want to keep everything a little bit more confidential for yourselves. It's ghost_era66@yahoo.com. So there's a couple of ways there, and don't be afraid. Feel free to contact us for whatever reason at all. Yeah.
So we're just going to wait for the loading of the video. I think we've got a bit of trouble here. I'm just going to have to refresh the page. So
we can sing, you know.
You stay on there, Sinead. We're going to see if this works.
We'll do. I'll stay still.
Ever stay on.
I will. Yeah.
And I'm back again. Can you hear me, folks? Can you hear me, Sinead?
Yes, I'm only messing.
Oh, you're bloody joking me. You're joking me.
A heart attack from that, yeah.
Smiley faces there. There's always going to be issues like this there. It's Halloween.
I didn't know what to do. I was maybe going to say something, but I would have just spewed out a lot of nonsense. Yeah, to be honest.
Mary says, fun show. We never get rid of them too. I know we're just going to be there all night there, you know. Christine says, hi everyone. Hi Christine. You're still hasn't been pulled out yet. You're still in there. You go out in the book.
Yeah, you're in the draw. Yeah.
Balls. So I'm not swearing there. You're one of the last 15 balls there.
Still there.
Cool masculine there, says Joanne from Super. Okay, so if I just do this 1 second.
So yeah, next up we have a.
If you can just actually, whilst we're doing that there, Sinead, can you read us a little story there?
Yeah, so this is the story from back in the day. Now, roll up. Okay. Now this was sent in privately to Anthony there. It's a real event, true event that happened. So I don't know.
Actually, to be honest, there, folks, this was sent in to Darren Mann of the Paranormal Database.
Okay.
So this is who was interviewed there earlier. This was what was sent on.
Okay. So yeah, it was during the late 1980s. I was working in the Office of Public Works, Dublin. One of my responsibilities was for Commonwealth war graves. This meant occasionally checking all the sites to ensure the people who were supposed to clean the limestone headstones were doing their job. On one occasion, I was sent to inspect Cove Cemetery. For the first time, I had been provided with a camera. This was useful as it meant we had a record of the graves and an indication of their condition at a given date. While looking around in the cemetery to find the graves that interested me, I saw the Lusitania mass grave and also that of the boxer Jack Dempsey, which had boxing gloves as a feature on the headstone. Satisfied that all was in order, I decided to try out the camera. I climbed up on the wall that supported the entrance gate and started to take a series of shots that would make a panorama. While doing this, I became aware of the murmur of many voices and dozens of footfalls approaching my direction from down the lane where I parked my car. Wanting to finish the photography and leaving before what I assumed was a funeral arriving, I didn't bother looking around. However, when I had taken the final shot, I looked in the direction of the approaching funeral and there was nothing to be seen. I quickly descended and retreated down the lane to a point where there was a bungalow. Suddenly, all the sounds stopped. The hair on the back of my neck was standing on end. I beat a hasty retreat to the car and back down the steep hill, past the cathedral to where I was staying, and had a stiff drink. During the time I had this job, I had to visit many isolated and even overgrown graveyards. Never before or after did I have any other experience of this nature. I am now retired and living abroad, so I feel I can mention it. Very interesting, actually. Have heard numerous stories before of different like grave or funeral gatherings approaching places, and then people looking around and there was nothing there. So I'd find it like very, very fascinating. And I'd like to even mention the gravestone it was in. Was it in Cove Cemetery? So yeah, so Cove Cemetery. I suppose that's one for our earlier guest. If she hasn't gone down to Cove Cemetery, perhaps go down to Cove Cemetery.
Sue as well, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, for Sue, yeah.
So the next interview there, folks, this is with Robert Rickey. So if you're into Ted Bundy, this is interesting. Interesting. Now, be aware now there might be graphic detail there and just a warning about this video there as well. It's a sensitive sort of case there, but it's worth mentioning and interviewing Robert about it there. Robert was there assessing Ted Bundy at death row. So this is the interview there, folks. So we'll be coming back in about 40 minutes there. And stay tuned. This is Halloween Extravaganza 2 coming for another few more hours. Stay tuned. You'll need this, right? The place where you truly need it. Hello and welcome to the Halloween Extravaganza 2. Tonight we are joined by Robert Rickey. Rickey, is it Rickey?
Sorry. That's correct, Rickey. Yes.
Rickey, sorry, Robert. I forgot it already there. So tonight, we're joined by Robert, and Robert's a clinical social worker, also a forensic psychologist, and also a psychic medium. We'll be talking to Robert about the subjects of Ted Bundy, also past life regression. So to start off there, Robert, first of all, just to introduce yourself there and know more about you there, can you tell us more about your spiritual pathway that's led you into vocations that you are in today?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Anthony, for having me on. I appreciate that so much. And good evening to all my Irish friends in Ireland, as well as all over the world. Thank you so very, very much. This is my first time being on air with an Irishman, so thank you so very, very much. I've been to Ireland many times, got drunk many a time in a pub. I even got to know the Irish national anthem, because they always played, or they did years ago when the bar closed. Do they still play the anthem?
No. I remember back in the 80s and the 90s they did it there, but not. Well, we're lucky to have the bar open at the moment. But
I see. Okay. But anyhow, so I've been to the Emerald Isle, as they say, many, many times. I've always enjoyed myself. I really did. I really have, and I plan to come back very, very soon. And anyhow, so thank you very much. About myself, I am a psychic medium. I have a master's degree in forensic psychology and clinical social work from the University of Florida. everybody knows where Florida is. Anyhow, but anyhow, my first experience was in the paranormal field. I was 4 years old, and stronger and stronger over the years. Somebody always asks me, what was your first apparition? Well, I remember, so I was born in 54. I was 58 when this happened. I woke up during the night. It was the 3 o'clock hour. Hell, at 4 years old, back in 1958, I had no idea what the 3 o'clock hour was. I had no idea. I just had to go pee. I had to go to the bathroom. Anyhow, so I went to the bathroom, and then I knocked on my parents' door. My parents thought I was sick, being up. And so they said, what's wrong? And I said, I saw an apparition. They said, what? You know, they said, who did you see? And my father was born in Italy. My mom was born in Spain. So that entire spirituality, right? Anyhow, saw Abraham Lincoln. Oh, they laughed. Oh, they laughed. But Abe smiled at me and he nodded just like this. That was an indication to me later on that there was something special about me. Not better or worse than anyone else, something special. I had no idea what that was. I was 4 years old. I climbed into bed with my parents. Then that morning, my Spanish mother took me to my Italian grandmother, Nona, and took me to a white witch. I had no idea which was from a dark witch. Anyhow, I saw this woman. She looked like she was 1,500 years old. She looked like she looked like the first Queen Elizabeth. She was ugly as a mud fence, but she was such a sweetheart. But this lady, she had all gray hair and whatever. Anyhow, her hand on my head, and I could feel her energy. Oh my God. Shake. Okay. And I remember this, and this very moment, I'm right back there in 1958, 4 years old. When she put her hand on my head, she could also feel my energy. She grabbed my tubby Italian Spanish cheeks and she just shook them. She gave me a kiss on each side like Europeans do. And she said in Italian to my Nona that I am very gifted.
Oh,
whatever that means. Okay, so being Italian, Spanish, my Catholicism, my spirituality is based on my Roman Catholicism. I don't want to convert anyone to anything. I don't care what they are. I don't care if they're Buddhist, whatever. It doesn't matter. But my spirituality. Okay. Anyhow, I went to a Catholic school all of my life except for college, and my mom would never say anything to the sisters about seeing spirit. I was seeing my paranormal brothers and sisters who are watching this, listening to this. I saw spirits out the window. I saw them in the classroom. I saw them everywhere. Hell, I was even in the bathroom and saw spirits. What the hell? What am I going to do? You know, you can't even use the privy privately, and there's a spirit. What do you do? Anyhow, I got you. And so anyhow, I did accidentally say one time to a nun that she goes, Robert, what's wrong? What do you, why you whatever, fidgety? And I said, sister, there's spirits out there waving at me. She came at me like a bull in a china shop. Oh my God, I felt myself right on the floor. She goes, you never lie like that again. Never. And so I was really, really hurt. Well, physically, yeah, my God, I had a big old handprint from this 900-pound nun. Anyhow, so and a lot of levity in what I'm going to be saying too, because I'm talking about Ted Bundy and those types of things. It's very, very dark. Okay, so I love having fun. Fun is just me, Anyhow, so my parents again told me, please don't say anything. Also, they could have taken me. Authorities could have taken me away from my parents during that time. Also, and during the 60s in America, it was social upheaval. There was gay rights, there was the civil rights movement, women's rights. There was the Vietnam War. Yeah, it was a hot mess during that time. Also, they were testing atomic bombs in the part of the United States, and so it was just upheaval. Vatican II came. That threw a wrench too into a Catholic church all over the world, especially American. But anyhow, so I learned how to stuff it, which isn't good. And so that's why my brothers and sisters who are listening to this, that's why I mentor 15 children of the paranormal, because I know how it is to suffer. I started to act out. You know, when you're that age, who can you talk to? You're supposed to be able to talk to your friend. I wasn't, because what was interesting to me and what I was experiencing, they had no idea. You know what I mean? So I felt very isolated. So I knew later on that if I could help children, especially in the paranormal field, I would do so. So that's one of the things that I'm doing. Anyhow, I learned how to turn it on and off. And how I learned it, one day in reading, that sister said, okay, open your book. Okay, we opened our book, we began to read. And in my mind, it's like, oh my God, I can open my mind to the spirit world. And then at the end of the class, what does she say to any teacher says that, okay, it's time to close your book, we're done, okay? How I learned as a child to turn it on and off. It took me a while, but I learned to do that. And so now instructing these children of the paranormal, that's how I teach them and instruct them to turn it on and turn it off. I don't have to use a book now. I mean, use a book now. My God, I've been doing it for 2,000 years. But anyhow,
what is a book?
Back then, 2,000 years ago, I think I must have opened some parchment paper or something. I don't know. And so I know now how to turn it on and off. And I have two angels that help me. So the spirituality part of me is based on my Roman Catholicism. I am not overly religious, but I'm very spiritual. Do I pray? Of course I do. Do I believe in God? Of course I do. Do I believe in the devil? Of course I do. You know what I mean? So, and everyone is on a spiritual journey. We're on a spiritual journey. It doesn't matter if you're Catholic, Protestant, Anglican, Episcopalian, Buddhist, Hindu, Muslim, doesn't matter. We're all on a spiritual journey. Okay. We all fall short all the time. I am no saint. Oh my God, please. Oh, I don't want to go into it. But anyhow, that was way back when, you know what I mean? During the disco years, but anyhow, that's another time, another story. But anyhow, my progression within the paranormal field just got stronger and stronger and stronger over all these years. And God has opened a lot of doors for me. My first podcast was 7 years ago. It was with a gentleman. His name is Leo Bonomo. Do you know Leo? Leo is from Leo Bonomo.
No, probably not. No, that is
okay. Anyhow, he reached out to me, and I was on his program several times. Okay. And then I took like a hiatus away from the podcasting and all that stuff. I thought, you know what? I have other things that I need to do. You know what I mean? Because for me, God created me to help our brothers and sisters in need. That's why I travel all over the United States in homeless shelters. That's why I'm out here in New Mexico in homeless shelters. I do that all over. But anyhow, so my progression within the paranormal field just got stronger and stronger and stronger. Did people talk to me? Yes. Do I see them? The psychic part of me, if I can go into that now, if that's okay.
Yeah,
the psychic part of me sees pieces of puzzle. Okay, they see pieces of puzzle. And right now I see your name. I see it like on an alphabet block, right? I know that you're talking to me. I know you're a male because I know that you're a male, for God's sake. If you were a female or whatever, anyhow, you would have lace on lace. Somebody asked me, well, Robert, what happens if a gay spirit comes to you, and if they're male, and if they're gay, and if they're dead, will they have lace on them? I said, no. I said, well, as far as I know, it's never happened to me. But anyhow, so I see the puzzle. I have to put these pieces of the puzzle together. And my friend, our normal brothers and sisters, sometimes in our lives, things are just so damn obvious we can't see them, right? So I have to help me. These angels are little baby. That's another story. Her name is Mary Angeline. She was only 4 hours old when God called her home. anyhow, and so she helps me. She'll tug at my box and she'll pat me on the cheek. And sometimes if I can't get it, she will laugh in my ear. And that's an indication to me that she's saying, Robert, are you that damn dumb? Can't you see it in front of you? Together, come on, you've been doing this for 1,000 years, you know?
So I'm just gonna probably touch on as well, probably like you do exorcisms there as well. You've been involved in exorcisms there. Is that true?
Yes, I have been involved in 2 exorcisms that were sanctioned by the Archcatholic Diocese of Chicago. And that's a story too. One of them was with a male, another one was with a female. The female, her backstory, just briefly, is that she was raised in a satanic cult. Okay. She was raped starting at the age of 6. By a child, her family got this doctor to come in, had an abortion right in her home. She got pregnant again when she was 15. Another abortionist came inside the home and she had an abortion. She was suffering terribly from schizophrenia. Horribly. That's a whole nother story. But bottom line with Vivian is that I had to integrate, along with another psychiatrist, that we had to integrate her personalities together, except for the one that was possessed. The one that was possessed, we had to keep separate. And that's a whole different story too. That's
an interesting topic there, because it's going back to personality. Who you actually trying to connect with there? So how do you discern which one from the other there as well? And we will come back to you there talking about the subject of exorcism, because we've got to have a show next season there dedicated and have you more on. But I suppose the next subject that I suppose to go on to is Ted Bundy. Now, I suppose some people is well known around the world there. Some people might not know, but can you tell those that don't know who is Ted Bundy? Okay,
Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy is a dichotomy of a lot of things. A lot of. Was he evil? Yes. And what I'm going to say is, I am not glorifying what the son of a bitch did to these women. Not at all. I want these women's stories to be told. I'm not justifying anything what he did. What he did was completely wrong. It was truly wrong. But knowing and talking with him that everything happened in a chronological order. If one thing would have messed up or not happened, we wouldn't be talking about him today. Not at all. Okay. And so let me go back to the backstory briefly about Ted Bundy. When I was at the University of Florida, and I graduated in 1980, started in 73. I took 2 extra years because I wanted more knowledge about the human body. So I took anatomy and physiology. Okay. So I took 2 extra years. And so I went to my director of the psychology department and asked him, and he knew that I was a psychic medium. He had taken me to different places and such. And so I said, I would like to write to Ted Bundy, to his lawyer, and to the state warden, which is only 50 miles up the road north of Gainesville, where the University of Florida is. And he goes, go ahead. And so I wrote to three of the guys. And so anyhow, 2 weeks later, I got a reply. Right. I have a letter at home in Illinois. That's where I'm from, Peoria, Illinois. That's where the letter is today from Ted and from the lawyer, as well as from the state warden, and giving me permission and 4 other psychologists to come and interview him. The only stipulation that Ted had and his lawyer was that we could not take notes and we could videotape anything. You couldn't videotape? Yeah, no video, nothing. Okay. Also, what we wanted to do is that we wanted female psychologists there too. Okay. One of them was dressed in a real tight sweater, and she was very bodacious, as they say. She was real busty. I mean, no disrespect to women at all, but that's how God made some women. You know what I mean? Anyhow, she was in a very, very tight sweater. Another psychologist was in a very nice work suit, very, very appropriate, very pretty, very nice. They were all very beautiful women. The other one was in gym clothes. She came in wearing a sweatshirt and gym pants and whatever, right? Then in the 80s, what did we dress like? we dressed like Miami Vice. We had the khakis, we had the pastels, you know,
the mullets,
and we had boat shoes, as they say, dockers and whatever. Anyhow, so the day came, and we sat in a room with him, with no bar, no shield, nothing. I was like at your table, having a cup of tea or having a pint with you, right? We were 5 feet apart from each other.
Right.
He was shackled, of course, arms, everything was shackled. There was 3 security guards with him. Being the psychic medium, I felt this. The room changed completely when he walked in. When I looked at his eyes, they were dark, very dark. There was nothing behind them. Death, everything. But the other psychologists didn't see that. When he looked at them, they looked totally, and his affect changed. His facial expression changed talking with them. Right. But let me tell you, he was evil, and he is evil incarnate. If anyone was possessed, it was him. I could go into a lot more detail, but we'll save that for
we'll save that for another day. But did he show any signs of remorse to you there? Well,
no. No. He had no idea. He had no idea how to spell the damn word, I'm sure, because he had no remorse whatsoever. Also, I was one of the 42 people that were there to see his execution.
Okay, right.
I wrote to him and I asked if I could be there, and he said yes. And it's very chilling when he looked at us and said, I'm not going to say it now, what he said, his last words were, okay, we'll say again, I'm not glorifying what the son of a bitch did. The stories of these women need to be told. Now, he did murder and rape. And again, this rape did not happen while they were alive. Afterwards. Because he could not get an erection while they were alive. Only when he did murder a 12-year-old girl. I mean, any death is horrible, but for a 12-year-old innocent girl, okay?
Yeah.
He went to university in Seattle area because he's from the East Coast. He moved to the West Coast with his mother. That's a whole nother story of who his mother is and everything like that. And his father, who is his father? Is his father his uncle? Is his father his grandfather?
Yeah.
Find out who is. But anyhow, so he went to university up there. He had a degree, a bachelor's degree in psychology. And I asked him about that. I said, Ted, and he goes, you son of a bitch, you call me Mr. Bundy. He said, only the bitches over there can call me Ted.
Yeah, I was going to ask you there, did he have any spiritual connection before? Did he have any enlightenment before the execution, or?
Can I wait to say?
Yeah, I can wait to say. Well, we'll keep you up, keep the people watching there for next.
I can tell you that what I saw in that execution room is different than what other people saw, because I talked about it.
Yeah.
They did not see what I saw.
Yeah. And I was going to ask you there, because we've gone on to the next subject there. Before we move on there, how do you feel now? Like you're probably days and how did you feel days, months, even years? Now even talking about it now, to me.
For a long time after that, folks, let me tell you, I've been keeping a journal since I was in high school of everything I've done. I have 50 plus years of things that I've done, things that I've experienced, my education, everything. Okay. And one day I will write a book. I don't know when, but maybe one day. But anyhow, I never thought about him after it happened, really. I mean, we talked as a psychologist and I talked and everything like that, but that's it. 2 of the psychologists left the field, 2 of the women left the field and now are ministers. And they are Protestant ministers helping women who are being abused and also trafficked also, okay? And I haven't really talked about it. I think this year, probably was really the first times I really started to talk about Ted Bundy openly. I wanted to, you know, that was in the past. I didn't think people would care at that time, you know what I mean? But now people are just, they love that. They want to hear more, more, more. They love the gore. They love the sex. They love all that. But the bottom line is that these women were tortured emotionally and physically by the son of a bitch. And I'm not glorifying what he did at all, but the women need to be told. Also, before I move on, that there is a connection of one of the young women to me and my family in Illinois. She lived down the road from where I was raised. I only saw her 3 times because I was in grade school and she was in high school. So, so I didn't see it that much. But anyhow, I knew of her. Yeah. So there's that also. But let me tell you that people will be surprised what he got into, and also will be surprised who his mentor is, okay? Now, also at the time when he was on his killing spree in the Pacific Northwest, which is like Seattle, Washington, Northern California, places like that, right? There was someone called the Green River serial killer. Have you ever heard of the Green River serial killer?
No, I was reading a bit about Bundy there, that about his family life and all that, but there's some connections that they might have had elsewhere.
Right. So, okay, folks, listen to, do me a favor, do some history, go back, Google the Green River serial killer, United States, and read about him. And I will tell you what the connection is between him and Ted Bundy.
Okay. And we'll probably come back to that on another time there as well. And it is interesting because it's been, I think it's sort of being glorified at the moment there. I know there's been TV shows recently about Ted Bundy and all that. And it's
and always remember, folks, what you see is probably 75% theatrics and whatever, right? He was a very nasty person. He was a bad person. Yes, he was. But on the other hand, he's a human being also. And I'm not justifying it again. I'm not. But knowing his back history of how he was raised, and a lot of betrayal, and what he got into, led him into a lot of things. And these things have hardly ever been discussed because he was very open. He was very open to me. And I said to, and I told him, and I said, you can't lie to me because I can see you. And he looked at me and his eyes are so dark, so black. And it goes, I know who you are and I know what you do. If you would have been younger during the time I was murdering all these bitches, you would have caught me.
All right. And we'll go on to the next subject with that as well there. So we'll leave it at that because it's fascinating now. We'll touch back on it there next year as well. Okay. So next subject is past life regression there.
Yeah. Okay.
So can you tell us a bit about what it is, past life regression?
There was a psychiatrist. He's still alive, Dr. Brian Weiss. Very man. Oh my God. And I had my private practice as well as I was a criminal profiler for the state of Florida. And I worked with a psychiatrist. She was from Jamaica, so she had that Jamaican spirituality and everything. It was wonderful. And she taught me about past life regression, and she used it in her own, in our practice with some folks. And I said, she goes, Robert, you need to be regressed. I said, oh, thank God, please regress me back to the time of Queen Elizabeth or whoever it was. You know what I mean? And truthfully, I never liked Queen Elizabeth I. I thought she was an ugly bitch, really, and she was hateful. Oh my God, anybody to kill beautiful Mary Queen of Scots? Oh my God, please. And now you don't want to get started about that. But anyhow, and I don't mean any disrespect to my British friends who may be watching this. So I mean no disrespect. Or maybe they don't like her either. Hell, I don't know. But anyhow, and so she regressed me. But that, she said, Robert, she said, when you do something or when you smell something or when you're watching a movie or whatever, does it take you back there? Do you feel very comfortable? I said, yeah. When I was a small child, being Italian and Spanish, we went to Italy often, or when we could afford it. And going to Rome in the catacombs, oh my God, that's another story in itself, what I experienced. Wow. But going into the Colosseum, and I'm with my friends in my mind. Psychically, I see myself there. The gladiators, of course, I'm gay, so the gladiators were just hot as hell. Whoa, they were smoked. They were smoked. Anyhow, I was. I'm sorry for making fun of a light of this.
You're okay. You're okay. It's good.
Thank you for being patient with me. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
And now where am I at? Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
The Colosseum.
Yeah.
It's a life of debauchery. All these hot gladiators waiting on me hand and foot, and oh God help me. Santa Maria de Deus. Oh my God, I was horrible. But so were my friends, and they were very well. We were all wealthy, senator sons, and doing what we wanted to do and such like that. And there were old time Roman movies, which I love. I love the old time Roman movies and stuff like that. Anyhow, I saw myself when I went into the Colosseum. I felt very comfortable. I felt very at home there. I felt very at home. In fact, there was a couple of times where I really got into that mode of being a senator's son. I wanted people to wait on me. It was like, what the hell, Robert? You've never treated people like that. You know what I mean? It was horrible. And I apologized to these folks because it wasn't really me. But anyhow, then that was one of my lives, okay? Yeah. Obviously, I never learned the lesson of that damn thing because I had to come back again. So anyhow, so the other life I led was I was a Franciscan monk in Germany. Now, during the fall, like it is now, autumn in the United States, especially this part, which is in the southwestern part up in the mountains, it's beautiful. Anyhow, when I step on a twig or go through the leaves, like right now I'm doing that, walking, and it's nice and cool like it is now. I see myself walking as a Franciscan monk going by an old castle in Germany. And I'm there right now. Okay. That was one of my lives. So I went from the life of debauchery and all that crap to a life of austerity.
Right. Okay. Total opposite then. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that was one life. Okay. Then let's go back to let's get up to the 1800s. Thank God. And so anyhow, there was a show called Little House on the Prairie. I don't know if you ever heard of that.
Oh, yeah, anyhow, yeah.
Well, could you imagine me being a farmer out there? Oh, my God, breaking a nail, getting dirty? What the hell? I can't stand flies as it is. My God. I cannot see myself in that era, but I was. Because I really honed in on that. And where am I at today? I'm in the western part of the United States. I traveled the same way the pioneers did, and I felt very comfortable. So I lived during that time.
Right.
I lived at this time being a I'm sorry, my friend's dog, but anyhow, being Italian, I was a mafia. Oh my God. I love the mafia anyhow, and by the way, the mafia still lives. They really do. There's even a mafia, for God's sake. Could you imagine?
Yeah, there's loads of different mafias there. But is it safe for people to like? So is you go through hypnosis? Is it that be the process? Would it be?
Yes. Anyhow, not okay. And so I'll get serious. There is, and what happens is that you are put under hypnosis, and a lot of people are scared because they think they're going to end up sounding like a chicken or barking like a dog later, but that doesn't happen. Only.
No.
But anyhow, yeah, and so I learned how to use hypnosis in my therapy. And so Denise, the psychiatrist, taught me how to do that. And the person who would come to me, who would I think that would need past life regression, are folks that are very, very severely depressed. knowing why they're depressed. Okay?
Yeah.
Also, those people who suffer from anxiety, terrible anxiety, horrible panic attacks. And so I've used that in 5 different cases. And again, again, it is a process. It takes one time. And I've told people, this is what we're going to do. And of course, they have to sign release forms and whatever, right? And I tell them that if your insurance runs out, don't worry about it. I'm not going to charge you a dime because it is a process. Well, there has to be trust between the therapist and the client. We have to build trust. You just can't come in and say, okay, listen, you're so damn depressed. I'm going to regress you back to wherever. Okay? You can't do that.
No. So it's like a process. So it's like a process then. So like as well, could people the reason why people are being depressed now is because of a previous life, something that happened in the previous life.
Yes, a lot of times what we experience today hits on our past history of who we are today and what we're going through. And I live somewhat of an austere life now. I don't have much material things at all. It doesn't mean anything, right? Not at all. But at one time it did. Before I understood my past life, yes, material things. I had every toy in the book. I did. I was making buku bucks doing this and doing that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I live a very austere life and understand that material things are just material things. Okay. So people they have to have trust in me that they're not going to bark like a dog and anything like that later on, But anyhow, but so I've used this therapy on five different folks, and these are doing wonderfully now because they understood what happened in the past. One of the causes of them being severely depressed.
And yourself there, you said before the show there that you've had these lives there. Are you going to have a life in the future, or is there ways of stopping yourself having a future life?
Who would want another life in the future if this could be the last one? Okay. I would not want to come back. When am I going to come back? As a seal or as like a whale or whatever, or maybe like one of the, what are those people called? I don't know. But anyhow, do you know those people that dress up in those kind of weird beef something, like from England? What are they called?
Oh, beef eaters. Beef eaters.
Yeah. Hell, I'm a vegetarian. I don't want to be a damn beef eater, for God's sake.
I know. We all do a rest at some stage. I know you're talking about you need a rest. I feel the same as well. I would want to leave.
So I wouldn't want to come back. No. And I explained to these people that who come in very lovingly, they have to agree to it. And if they don't, God bless them. Really, God bless them. And then I will refer them to someone else that could possibly help them. Okay. And I'm a very compassionate, compared to what I was when I was a senator's son. Oh my God, I am Mother Teresa without a wig, without a veil. I love our brothers and sisters, and that's why I volunteer all over the world, I did have all over the world, and but anyhow, it's very important to me. So past life regression, and my friends who are listening to this, we have to learn the lesson in life, whatever that lesson is. Okay. Also, we need to clean up the baggage that is around us that we have stuffed for 1,000 years. All of us have been betrayed. All of us have been lied to. All of us have been abused, domestic violence, maybe sexual abuse as a child or even as an adult. We need to come to closure with that stuff. But the two things that are important with all of this is that we have to love ourselves before we can truly love ourselves. And we also need to forgive ourselves Those are the two hardest damn things to do in life, is to love ourselves unconditionally.
Mm.
And love ourselves.
Yeah.
We can be our own best friend, and we can also be our own worst enemy. There's no one who can hate us more than ourselves. No one can love us more than ourselves. I love myself more today than I did yesterday and the day before. I know it sounds like a cliche, and don't worry, I'm not going to romp around in some like Daisy Field or whatever. But anyhow, it's very, very true that that we have to begin to love ourselves so we can love someone else. But cleanness, garbage, and that's the psychic part of me also, is that I will see baggage around people that needs to be cleaned up. People think that they come to closure with it and they haven't, and it just builds up and builds up and builds up and builds up until the body, because as we read in the Gospels, again, I'm not real religious, but in the Gospels it says, and Jesus says, we are physical beings, we are spiritual beings in a physical body, and the body comes out eventually.
Yeah.
That's why that we become physically sick, if not also emotionally sick, because we stuff all this anger, frustration, hurt down deep inside of us.
Yeah.
And my brothers and sisters, please, you need to come to some closure with it. It's not easy. It's going to be the hardest thing you've ever done in your life. It's time to get off that back burner, stop thinking about someone else, and start making you the priority. There is nothing wrong with that. It is not vain, not at all. Especially people who are people pleasers. Oh my God, you know, there could be one person. There could be a million people in a room that will treat you like a king or a queen, right? But there will be one damn loser. That loser will be attracted to you and vice versa. And these people, I'm one of them 1,000 years ago, so I know that we think we can save the world. It's called the Annie Sullivan. Annie Sullivan is the one with Helen Keller. And it's called, Annie Sullivan syndrome. We can't save the world. We can't.
No, we can't.
We can start by helping ourselves. We can start.
That's true. And with that there, like, thank you for the wise words there, Robert. And we're going to probably, we'll return back there. We'll come back with a show next year there, because there's plenty of other stuff, interesting stuff I'd like to talk to you about there, Robert. Have a happy Halloween. It's Halloween tomorrow, apparently.
Wonderful. I love Halloween. You know what? I don't have to wear a mask. Look at these bags right here. You know, I have more bags under my eyes than a Samsonite company. Anyhow, happy Halloween. Everyone happy be Halloween. Safe. God bless.
And talk to you soon, Robert. Bye. And hello, everyone. It's the Halloween Extravaganza 2. Thank you, Robert Rickett. I hope you find that interesting there. Are you there, Sinead?
I am. Yeah, I'm back.
We're coming up to the next. We're going to release some balls now again in a minute for the draw. So we're just going to say
from the ceiling this time. You got to catch them. Yeah.
We just have some. I'm just going to give the numbers there. So who's left there? I'm just waiting for.
I actually have all the numbers now, so it's all good.
Oh, well done. Thank you there. So
yeah.
Left in a draw, we have Amanda Atkinson, Emma Louise Tully, Christine Keane, Tracy Wilson, John Ambrose Martin. That's in the mini draw. And in the mega draw, we have Irene Smith, Jenny Sullivan Sunyasi. Jenny's still there. Joanne Breen, Mary Nolan, and John Fraser there. If you're watching Kathy there and Diane, if you can try and log in now, there we'll get you on in a second. So we're just going to release some balls. Let's see who's out. There we go. Here's the drum roll.
I should play music here for this, actually. Like, hold on, it's a bit late now for that one. Okay, number.
Bit too late now. Number 8.
Number 8.
Number 8
is Tracy Wilson.
Tracy Wilson from Third Eye Adventurers. Sorry, Tracy. Next ball out is number 16.
16. We have
Joanne. You're out there, Joanne. unfortunately, there. Next ball out is number 10.
Number 10. Is that not 15? No.
That's 10. That's John Ambrose.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry,
there we
John.
go.
John from Angel Paranormal. Sorry about that, John. Next ball out. Fingers crossed if you're still in there. Number 20.
Number 20. John Fraser. Yeah.
John Fraser. And last ball out for this section there. That means it's getting nitty gritty. There's only 5 balls left after this. Number 4.
Let's see. Amanda. That's it.
So what numbers were they? For 20. Was it 20? John Fraser. So 16. Joanne. Number 8. Tracy,
and then we've got John Fraser there, yeah.
Number 10, which is John Ambrose there. So left there, there's only 2 people left in the mini draw left, and that's Emma Louise Tully from Soul to Soul Paranormal and Christine Keane. So Christine, you're in the chance of winning the mini draw prizes, and in the mega draw we have Irene Smith, Jenny, who'll be coming on later, and Mary Nolan. So you're in the chance to win the big prizes there. So yeah, we're going to be talking about if we can get the ladies from Light Sisters. I don't know. I can't. If you watch, I can't. I'm not able to go onto Facebook at the moment. If you can just use the link and put it into your into your computer, into whatever the link that I sent before. Maybe if you just go and tell people where people can contact us there. We're going to be showing the live premiere of Phantasms of Leap coming soon.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. You know, it's going to be new to me to see, so yeah, excited about that. So yeah, if you want to, we're still here, obviously. Yeah, we're here for another couple of hours. So please get your questions in. If you're dressing up for Halloween, if you're doing something special, let us know. Anything spooky happened to you? Actually, stories as well. If you've had any strange stories that has happened to you in your lifetime, spooky stories around Halloween or otherwise, just please let us know. It'd be very intriguing to know. Yeah, anyway, you can contact us underneath this video. Underneath, you can keep typing away, or you can go onto our website, GhostÉire.net. Have a look around there on the side. But yeah, if you want to contact us there, it's in the contact page. You can fill out the blanks, the details, and everything else. Also, ghost_era66@yahoo.com. You'll find our email address as well. If you click on the top of our page there on the About section, you can generally see the details there. So don't be afraid. Step forward, as we say to us, but step forward to you out there to come forward with your questions or anything you'd like to talk about. Please don't be shy. Yeah. I know we have
so
coming on,
I'm still trying to get
that's fine. Like that's fine. Sometimes like these things happen. Like that's all. Like yeah,
just 1 second. Can you tell us there, Sinead,
backwards? Sorry.
What's been your experiences of Leap Castle?
Me, I've only actually been to Leap Castle for a couple of minutes with yourself and that TV crew. Remember, they were from from
the Netherlands. Yeah.
Netherlands, that's it. So I've only been there for that short space of time. I would have liked to spend longer. I think I was only there for like half an hour in total. What did I find of it? I was only in that room up above. Could have spent longer there. Did I feel that kind of like presence that I was
here we go.
Here we go. And they're on the way. They're making their way in the avenue.
Yes, I mean, the shit has gone away. Sorry. Sorry.
It's gone. Now you see them, now you don't, you know?
3, 2, 1. Happy Halloween!
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, Diane and Kathy there. Kathy Houston and Diane from Light Sisters. How are you doing, folks?
Hi, I'm grand. Can't hear you very well, but we can make you out of bed here.
No worries. I'm going to ask you a few questions there. I'll just ask you about Light Sisters first. How long have you been exploring places? What type of places that fascinate you?
We've been exploring nearly a year now, and places that sort of fascinated us that once a lot of history sort of attached to the place. So it is. We've been down in what I call the stone circle there, Drumskinny, and it's up around Fermanagh, like, and it was really, really good, and we got a really good EVP. So we did from it, like, and there was definitely a presence there, like, with us. And we actually had a spirit, like the spirit app on the phone, like, and it told us to take a picture. And when we actually took a picture, there was like this little bird, but it had its head bowed, and it was completely amazing. It's like no matter where we go, we end up with nature around us, whether it be butterflies, birds, they just come down beside us all the time. On the cat wall in the center, the stones just went off as well. Like it was completely amazing. So
and like, Kathy, probably I'll come to you then in the second air, Diane, as well. Kathy, is there any places that you've been to in the past year or so that you found fearful there?
What?
Fearful?
Oh.
Places.
The mill, yeah. Ramelton, yeah. We went up several times to an old ruin in Ramelton. There's a fairy ring there. There's a large dark black dog who protects the fairy ring. When I walk, I can only go a certain distance, and then it stops me. It doesn't allow me to go over like a boundary. You can feel its presence. It won't harm you, but it's still there. You know, on the far side of that area, there's like, whenever I was out with Holy Soul, we came across a set of eyes that lit up in the dark, and whenever we went back during the day to see where, in proportion where the eyes were, the figure had to have been about 12 foot tall, and it was just staring at us, and then it just slowly turned its head away from us like this. And we've been up several times, and we keep finding these wee lights keep following us everywhere. But there's like an eeriness about it. One side of it with the fairies, it's lovely, and then you come over here and it's really eerie.
Yeah.
And it was connection with the pagans up there, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's definitely a pagan element up there. Yeah, because it actually came up in one of the words, like it was like pagan. Like we're like, wow, this is amazing. Like, and then I actually there's like wee steps, and I actually sat down on them, and the butterflies had just literally started swirling around us. And it was absolutely amazing. It was really, really magical to actually see it. And it was like what I call, they came and sat down beside us and everything, like, so I don't know where they know that we're sort of connected with nature. But they do actually come on board with us a lot, like, because we do have a lot of birds and stuff that
animals
come down beside us.
Near us.
Yeah, whenever we're out doing any investigation and stuff.
And whenever you get a negative energy about it, they seem to surround you more and never leave you until you're leaving the area. Quite.
And how do you mentally prepare for to explore on an investigation?
How do we mentally prepare?
Yeah, probably yourself there first, Kathy.
Yeah, well, we both would use our own light surrounding us with protection and light. We would both carry crystals. I would call in my ancestors, more so now from because of Cumber and the well in Sharon, because that was a really frightening, not frightening, but it was an experience I didn't like, and I find that your ancestors are a very powerful presence, and to me, that's what I like to protect myself with. What do you like, Diane?
I usually just call in for Archangel Michael. If I'm out anywhere, usually I find that I be sick. If there's anything negative, I start to wrench. And the last time we went to the monastery, remember, I was actually starting to wrench all over the place, and Kathy had to actually come over and do a protection thing around me right away, like. And I actually had to leave because I was completely near enough vomiting my guts up at one stage because of the negative, or the power, whatever was there. And
so you're going to encounter good and bad everywhere. It's just being able to be strong enough to deal with it. Obviously from Cumber, I have to bring my level up that wee bit more now, because that was something I have never on that power encountered before.
And
would
you mentioned.
Sorry, yeah.
So I'll go to Sinead. We'll ask the next question. Sorry, sis.
Sorry, yeah.
But just you mentioned Archangel Michael. Is there any other angels that you connect him with, or is there any angels that you know of that help you in other ways?
Raphael usually for healing, but it's usually Michael is usually the one that I would call upon most of the time.
Like, would you be had been like sensitive to these type of energies before you started this up, or has it just kind of escalated the more you're going on and you're kind of opening yourselves up a little bit further to things, or have you always been
basically it's been like this since I was a child.
Okay, yeah.
But I think since I've done the Reiki level 2, I've become like an antenna. Basically,
Okay.
I can sort of describe it to you. Everything's just really, really opened up. Yeah.
And like on through your investigations, what type of like how do you like what structure do you use? A specific structure to it, or do you just kind of go and see what you pick up and then leave it at that, or is there
that was my next question.
Oh yeah, was it? Yeah.
No, we don't go out with a set plan. We just land and then we go by our intuition. We're guided through that. You know,
there's no investigation or research done before. If we see a place and we think, well, okay, we want to go there, like we're drawn to it. It seems that we're drawn.
We're drawn to these.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So you would mostly visit these places, or just go on the wander around the country, or just go on a wander around the country, places that maybe are more unknown, would it be as well?
Well, a mixture of both. We would go to some areas that, as Diane said, we are drawn to that are known. And then there's days we go out and just suddenly take a drive and just something will attract us and we'll go off road, should it be, and just explore it. See if there's any reason in particular why it has drawn us to it. Yeah. We never have a plan, you know, really. I think you just go by your feelings, you know, you just get up and go and that's it. You know, you either get something that's really beneficial for you that by then that day, or you learn something from it.
Yeah.
Eugene from Afterlife Paranormal Ireland says, hi, Kathy and Diane. Go on then.
Hi Eugene.
Hi, Eugene.
He's a lovely chap. Lovely chap.
Oh, he is. He is. He's great, Eugene. You got to ask a question there, Sinead?
Yeah, I just like wondered, like, what locations have you done so far? Like, or you know, what would be your top 2 of the last year? When did you start? Actually, there's a lot of questions there in one, but I suppose like, what would be your top 2 locations you've done so far and why?
It would probably be the what I call it, the Ramelton. I think Ramelton is a big one. And Drumskinny was quite good as well. It was like it felt as if we were sort of connected to Drumskinny, and basically sort of from what we could make out is that we were there before.
Yeah,
it was a part that we were actually connected to. It kind of happens a lot with the stone circles, I think, maybe because, you know, we are very much connected to nature and stuff. And I think the element, it's mainly elementals that we would pick up on. Yeah. You know, and again, I don't know if it's our spirit guides or what, but we are always surrounded by nature, whether it be birds, butterflies, but they're there. Which is quite actually good.
My experience, because I've been doing this for many years, you know, with different teams, I would pick out Ramelton, Drumskinny, and Sharon Rectory. Definitely, that's just a haven for spiritual activity, and more so the outside. The outside's actually darker than the inside, and it's just there's no ending to it at all whatsoever.
I remember watching yourself there, Kathy. It must be, it was early on in the year. You were at, it was the mill. I think it was the mill we were Soul to Soul Paranormal, but it was it was the outside. It was like, the creepy. It's not creepy, but there's something scary, but there's something nurturing about the trees being out in the wild, and as well, you know. And I love forests and all that, you know. But it's nice to have your perspective there, that you go and do one with nature there and you explore and you tune in more with that kind of side of it as well. We're just going to go on to the next subject, which is parallel worlds, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love parallel worlds. I mean, I have a great belief in alternative realities that we coexist, you know, more than one place at one time.
Yeah.
And even in quantum mechanics, you know, there's multiple states of existence of tiny particles that can exist in one place, you know, both places at the one time. So if those particles can exist, why can't we exist? You know, and like in one situation, I came back very late one night. I think it was from an investigation. I went into just under my house, up the stairs, under my bed, and I lay down. And I like looking out the window. I never pull the curtains. I like looking out at the stars and the moon and whatever. But on this occasion, I lay down. I looked and went, "What? Those are not my windows. Those are not my windows. It's my house, but those are not my windows. They're not the design of my house windows." And I get up and I went, "What's going on here?" And I looked around the rest of the house, but the windows were different. And I went, "I know this is my house, but they're not my windows." And it was really mind blowing. And I thought, "Can't deal with this. I can't deal with this. I'm going to sleep and turning my back to it." So I turned my back to the windows. I went to sleep. I got up the next morning. Lo and behold, my windows were there.
Wow. That's so interesting. Yeah. It sort of sounds like the astral world, if people can dip in and out of that. I know people can do it if they go sleep and they try to go into the sleep paralysis to try and bring themselves out. And there's different techniques and stuff like that, because I'm very interested in that subject myself. But like for you to even just go into that kind of parallel kind of thing for a few moments, I think there's a possibility that people can do that without trying to do the astral projection technique. So it just happens spontaneously. Fascinating.
I believe we can be here and then another. Like, I mean, I could be living in this wee house here, but in my other parallel world, we could be living in a mansion.
Yeah.
You know, side by side. Two different lifestyles.
And when you're there, Kathy, like saying that situation, do you see yourself? I know there's probably a comparison to past life aggression. Do you see your own identity? Is your identity changed? Your own self, how you look, apart from the world?
No, I think I look, and to me, in my parallel world, I think I look identical. I don't. I think my personality is the same, but my lifestyle is different.
Yeah.
You know, and I do believe in it, because there's many a time in investigations I've done EVP sessions.
Yeah.
When I listened to it back, it was my voice answering the questions that I was given. And I was going,
that's brilliant.
Go, "Yes, Kit, a good one."
So what do you think? Like, I suppose, do you think these other worlds, like is that, I suppose, were you aware in that other time of your time in what you were saying there?
Am I aware now of my time there to be aware of there and here? Well, the night of the windows, you know, that was the nearest I got to sort of feeling like I'm in another reality. I'm looking out of the windows that I also live in. That was the nearest indication of it, you know. As I said, I went around the house, but it was still my house, but the windows were different. That's as close as I got, you know. And the only other existence that I could say maybe a possibility was up at the mountain. Whenever I turned round, or I was turning round, and I hit somebody physically. When I hit them, I looked down. I could see the like a mid-grey silver jacket sleeve. But when I turned round to apologise to them, there was nobody there, nobody at all. So I think that door opened momentarily. Enough for me to actually physically hit somebody with my elbow and see the sleeve, but that was it. It momentarily opened, and I don't know if that was me wearing that jacket in there or somebody else, you know. But for the fact that because I said Jesus like out there, and Brian was on down, and he says, "Jesus, what?" And I went, "I actually physically hit somebody
Yeah.
And I looked and there was nobody there, but I seen the sleeve. So I think that door opened that momentarily, you know, and I've been up a few times praying that it would happen again.
Yeah.
You know, because I want
Yeah, I want to
my dream
experience
is
it
to
more.
step
Yeah.
over and come back again.
Yeah.
So do you think like quantum physics or mechanics there, do we think we have any chance of knowing how these, like, you know, as you mentioned, small particles and all that, can we, are we just like just a little, is there a greater force, bigger and larger than us out there, do you reckon? Or smaller?
We're all energy, so we're probably all particles at the end of the day, and there is that possibility that we can go through and they can come through here. I'd say I don't believe it's impossible to go through that parallel into the parallel world. I don't believe it's impossible. I mean, we're all energy, you know, at the end of the day. We're all vibrations at the end of the day. And that can all travel, you know, because I know the quantum mechanics, they done an experiment with sort of like two like slits, as I would say, and they put this ray through it, and they went through and were identical, and they tried to split it so that they wouldn't become identical, but when it split, it went back to being identical on both sides, you know, and this was mind blowing for them.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah.
You know, so there's possibilities. You can never say it can never be. In my eyes, from what I've experienced with the window and with hitting someone physically and seeing it, there's that possibility. We can't not accept that it's possible, you know.
True. Mary Nolan from Back in Time says, whilst in an investigation of Redwood Castle in a small room that was used for a jail, I thought for just a few seconds I was in a past life looking at people of that time, like a time slip. It was really profound moment and feeling.
Yeah, have you had that experience?
Yeah, when I was down in Newgrange a few years ago, I basically felt I was back home. It was weird because I actually saw the way it was before it was there, and when I actually went into the museum, and it showed you like an archaeology picture, like of how they seen that the camps were, like it was actually what I had saw, and it was pretty freaky, like, because when we actually went into the tomb, there was actually somebody standing behind me at the whole time, and it was breathing down my neck. And you couldn't take any pictures or nothing like that. You weren't allowed to. But I'd say if I had took a picture, there's definitely something would have come out.
Wow.
You know?
You were able to describe things that you didn't know.
Didn't think, yeah. I've always been connected to Newgrange, and like I have the, what do you call it, the tattoo as well, you know, that's on the thing, like I don't know if you can see it or not, but it's the circles, 3 spirals.
You didn't say Ann Summers there, did you?
Ann Summers? No, definitely not.
I thought I heard you say Ann Summers.
That was a time slip for you, Auntie.
I've got the devil in me there. So.
I think you've time slipped there to some other time in your life.
But yeah, it's interesting there. I suppose, like, you know, different times and coming back in it. Are we seeing spirits then? Are they? Yeah. It's so fascinating. There's more questions than answers there.
Oh God, yeah.
Jenny says I was there last week. Absolutely amazing place. Yeah, Jenny was at Redwood Castle there last week. There.
Redwood Castle.
So Diane, what have you got planned for the future, both of yourselves, Diane and Kathy, for just.
Hopefully loads more investigations.
Outside circles.
Yeah, outside more stone circles, I think. Yeah. And the thing is about Light Sisters is we actually go out during the day, you know, instead of the nighttime, like, because you know, spirits don't know the difference between day and night, and if they're there, they're going to speak to you or communicate with you. Like, so I like to go out during the morning time and when the boys are at school, so we get peace and quiet, and that's usually we do actually get quite a lot.
We actually get quite a lot, right? You know, I think the TV has conditioned us that it has to be at nighttime. You know, the effects, the atmosphere. But when you, as Diane says, when you go out during the day, we get more during the day. Good, I don't know if it's because when we're out in the middle of nowhere, the stone circle, it's the tranquility around us, and it gives them a chance to come through to us more. You know, because I think it's too hyped up the night time. You know, you can go into a castle, a stone circle, a forest, and it be as active in the daytime as it is at nighttime.
True. I know, like that time it's only what we can see in our time of day, and time is only distance there, and it's any time of the day is good. Have you got any question there, Sinead? Or?
I think I was trying to think. Like, so
You're just trying to breathe there.
I'm trying to breathe into it. It's right, yeah. That's so true. It's suffocating here.
So can anyone join the team, or is it just personally yourselves? Do you like to keep it just close?
Yeah, I think we're happy enough just being the two of us. Yeah, we work around what times we can both go out for an investigation, and I think the quieter it is, the better it is as well. And it's not a whole pile of people all chatting and moving about. It's just the two of us, and it's nice and calm. And I think there's more of an ambience for anyone who's in a camera frame and a mind and the energy world, or in the spirit world. Their energy can connect with us a lot easier. I don't like too much distraction. I like it peaceful.
Yeah.
And you'd be the same, wouldn't it? It seems to work for us.
It's like, definitely, like even in Cumber, like I had first night investigation with Kate in Cumber, like, and it was very, very quiet, like very quiet. And we had a really funny incident. Is like I would use the singing bowl, and we couldn't get the singing bowl to work. It just refused point blank. Do you have any sound of it at all? Like, and no matter what we done with for like, it must have been at least 5 minutes. Like, we couldn't get any sound of it at all.
It was singing away, and then
it just went completely silent. Like, we were like, well, this is impossible. Like, it can't be done.
They took the sound away from the other side. Yeah.
Sound was completely taken.
That's where you go back to power worlds again, I suppose. Then as well, again, is the sound traveled to another power world again, coming back, or vortexes. We talk about different worlds there. Ladies, I'll probably have to leave you go there now because we just got the live premiere coming up there. But thank you and happy Halloween.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, all of you.
Happy Samhain. Hopefully,
thank you, and happy Samhain, and have a nice night. We'll watch the rest of your show.
Cheers.
Thanks for joining us.
And thank you. Appreciate it. And we will connect in for a show dedicated to you both there. So that was that's Kathy and Diane McClinchy and Kathy Houston of Light Sisters there doing the background.
It's so interesting though, like in terms of like the elements and the nature and kind of going exploring rather than into castles, but out into just out there with the wind, rain, the forest, and
different type of investigating, and I suppose you get more on a personal level then as well there, and the spirits can connect to a lot more as well there.
There's a lot of food for thought
so
there.
Can you just tell people where people can contact us before we're going to show the live premiere?
So if you're still here, if you're still watching us, keep the comments coming along. You can contact us on the end of this chat. You can also email us ghost_era66@yahoo.com, or you can head on to GhostÉire.net and head on to our contact page there. Fill in the blanks, give us a message that way if you want to keep it a little bit more private. But feel free to comment, add whatever comes into your head, mind, whatever, within the next 2 hours or so we have left here. So that's it. And I think we have a really interesting documentary coming up here. Well, I don't think so. I know so, but we have to see it. So it'll be really, very interesting to watch. Anthony, you can introduce it here, I suppose.
I'll introduce it. So earlier this year there, I spent time with at Lead Castle there, and was an investigation with Emerald Isle Paranormal Research and Go Searches Ireland, and it was done around August time there. So this is going to be documentary. It's about Lead Castle in County Offaly there. So if you've got earphones, put them in now, obviously, because there's going to be some EVPs that might come up. So warning as well. So if you're over 18, you're over 18, obviously. There, but
show your IDs.
Show your IDs.
So
without further ado, we're going to be joining Jenny Sullivan-Saliasi afterwards for the chat about it. Hopefully, Jenny loved it. And this is it.
Cool.
The Phantasms of Leap. The following footage may contain distressing images. Some of the language used may cause offence.
So I just heard you just say hello.
We were just having a laugh. There's another room at the step. Do you feel like you're being touched?
I'm not too sure, but I think I just seen a shadow figure.
I feel like I'm vibrating. It's like it's vibrating.
It takes a while to jump.
Very shitty. Very cool.
The land in which Leb Castle sits was once used for druids to perform rituals. A previous castle is said to have stood where the current castle is located today. Leb Castle is thought to have been built in the early 1500s by the O'Bannon clan. They were subordinate chieftains under the rule of the O'Carroll sept. The castle has seen so much bloodshed. Legend states that two brothers of the O'Bannon sept contested the title of being head chieftain by both jumping off the rocky outcrop where the castle was to be built. The survivor would claim ascendancy. Leap was the primary stronghold of the O'Carroll sept. Heavily fortified, it was used to guard the pass through the Sleeve Mountains. The O'Carrolls were ferocious, known for ruthless tactics, yet they were often killed by their own relatives. John O'Carroll, circa late 1400s, died at Leap, suffering from the plague. His son, Mulrooney O'Carroll, took over ownership of the castle and the sept for the next 40 years. He died in 1532. From then on, brutality ran its course. One act of savagery included a brother murdering his own brother in the bloody chapel. One of the brothers was a priest. He was performing a mass in front of his family. The other brother burst into the room, fatally plunging his sword into the priest, eventually killing him. Another immoral story attained is that of a celebrating feast. The MacMahons were invited to the castle by the O'Carrolls, yet instead of paying them for their efforts over a rival sept, they poisoned them. In the 1900s, workers found the oubliette behind a wall in the chapel. At the bottom of the shaft were skeletal remains found to be stockpiled. Wooden spikes extending down to 8 feet below were used to impale unfortunate visitors. It is thought the O'Carrolls used a trapdoor to get rid of their unwanted guests. As a result of the discovery, 3 cartload of bones were removed from the site. The Darbys inhabited Leap Castle from 1642 until its burning in 1922. In 1974, it was purchased by Peter Bartlett. Since 1991, the Rhines took over the ownership of the castle. Talented musician Sean and his wife Anne continued to restore the castle. There is a considerable amount of paranormal phenomena reported at this location. Here are just a few of them. An elemental entity is associated with this site. These types of beings are mostly summoned up during rituals. Its presence is defined by a sense of dread, cold temperature drops, and a horrific odour, similar to a decomposing corpse. The elemental, otherwise known as It or Thing, revealed its identity to a past owner of the castle, a Mildred Darby, circa 1909. The last account she had with the elemental visiting her was in 1915. It appeared above on the gallery in the main hall. Mildred described it only being a couple of feet tall, with piercing eyes and human-like features. It left her in terror. The ghosts of two young sisters, Charlotte and Emily, are said to haunt the spiral stairs of the property. They have been heard running up and down, playing together. Their story is tragic. Emily died after falling from the top of the battlements. Charlotte has been seen running after her sister whilst calling out her name. Finally, a ghost described as the Red Lady is said to walk the rooms of the castle holding a dagger. Introducing the teams and investigators for the evening. Jenny O'Sullivan Sunyasi, G.S.I, Aoife Downs, and Aidan Quinn of Emerald Isle Paranormal Research. Also, Gary Waters and Sam Hunter of Ghost Searchers Ireland. We joined the two teams at the start of the investigation up in the Bloody Chapel on the second floor.
Okay, Eva's going to say the prayer again in Irish, and we want you to finish it when she stops.
Sheikh Baha Warwick, Paul Lord of Rosa, Santier and Apple Spania Hugh Edmund, and this is Mike Doon R.B. class. Creed Aisha.
Do you remember Gary? He was the first team that ever came here.
Good mornings now. Yeah, we were here about 14 years ago, me and my wife, and a group of other investigators. We came in here and we don't believe we quite captured nothing, so I came back 13, 14 years later to try to come away from here believing that there is spirits within these beautiful walls. We've got devices all over the place here that you can leave a message on them, you can go and talk to them. This will probably be the only chance that you have, because we come here very experienced in what we do within this field, and I'm just looking for possibly a doorway to the other side. Let's see if I can turn the light on for UV purposes. 3.
My name's Aidan. If you are here with us, can you make your presence be known by either making a noise, make a tap sound, or speaking into one of the devices?
Sorry, guys, anybody got a lighter?
Oh, no, I don't have any.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
There is a, see here, see just here, there is a breeze, yeah.
I have the windows here.
Aoife, just when you're standing, there was like an anomaly, just came down. I know it's dusty in here.
That's what I thought I was saying, right?
Yeah, it was just, it came down your side, Jenny, or who's, is it your camcorder son? It just came down your left side. No, that's the only time that I've seen this.
I don't know if it's just a mist from the cold or.
I don't know, we had CCTV cameras here 15 years ago. Downstairs by the gas station, you could see thousands and thousands of us. But what technology has obviously it's more advanced now. When the IR lights are more enhanced and brighter, the brighter the IR light, the less you see this. But that's the only time I've seen it happen.
It looked like a mist. It looked like a
You seen
cloud.
it?
Yeah, it looked like a cloud.
Are you standing beside us? Do you want to touch one of us?
Hi, it's Mary. Do you have any particular message for any specific person, even just one word into the recorder that would make sense to that person? What
Sorry,
is
this
happening?
tag, there was something there.
Light behind the door.
No, it was like,
229.
right, just tag that.
2129.
What is the significance of the window to my left? If you can tell us something about that.
It shows a sign you're here.
Did you?
Okay, that's pretty interesting. So the reason why we do this, you get always get somebody to call out. You know, it's not to use up time or whatever. But
They're tapping, is
we
it?
toy there with
Yeah.
the bell. Can you ring the bell if there's any children here?
Did you just, just behind him?
Behind the side doors, you know, yeah.
Was it Robert just gone a little open? That wasn't a laugh. Or like, I think they're just having a laugh.
How about you right now?
Anthony walks back up to the bloody chapel, where upon entering a discovery is made. The two teams locate a secret chamber up above in the chapel. Okay. Should I close the door or? Gary, is it? Joe.
Yeah.
someone open the door now?
No.
Huh?
Yeah.
Start.
I'm going to pull you up.
I wouldn't, if I got up, I wouldn't get down. Nope. What's going on?
It's nothing really. Nothing exciting. Nothing too exciting anyway.
Can't wait to see them getting down. Getting up is the easy part.
It's like an escape passage.
Oh.
Just need
You take pictures?
It takes you onto the roof.
It is called Leap Castle.
No, it's just getting down now, lads, is it?
So you two want to be the detail.
Yeah, there is a wee bit of a breeze. That's what that is.
The two teams head down to the main hall on the first floor to do a calling out vigil, followed by a spirit ghost box session.
Would you like to sit beside me? Are you behind me? John, you can help it. Did you say something to the ladies? Do you feel that you're being touched? Yes, we are.
No, not I heard. It's me. Did you not
It's
hear
me,
that?
I heard that.
It's clear as day. It's
Yeah.
me.
I thought it was yes, we are.
No,
Yeah,
it's me.
Yes, it's me.
Okay, who's me? Tell me your name.
Could you make that noise again? We heard you. Make it louder, please. We get nice in the room. Nice.
Oh, you what?
That's what's happening.
Was it? I think I'm going to sit there and see.
You heard it too, didn't you?
Okay, I'm going to come and sit down. I remember the last time you touched me on my neck. I don't know if it was you or not, but you made me jump. So now I'm sitting down here. I'm pulling my collar of my t-shirt down. Do you want to touch me again? Okay, if you're anywhere near me, can you make the lights of the ball go off? Come on, sit beside me, touch my leg, touch my arm. Do you want another female to come over and sit down and take my place? And if you do, you have to let the lights of the ball go off.
You did well. I was used to be there.
The next period of the investigation saw Aidan Quinn from Emerald Isle Paranormal Research head up to the Bloody Chapel on the second floor to do a lone calling out vigil. Meanwhile, everybody remained in the main hall for the seance session. It didn't take long for Aidan to sense stuff up on the floor above.
I'm not too sure, but I think I just seen a shadow figure.
Midway through the seance, Gary starts to feel a sensation on his left shoulder.
The little girl that died here, I know you're still playing in this. That used to be your home.
I'm not kidding you, but I could swear something touched my left shoulder. I don't know if it's a muscle spasm, but it felt like something touched my left shoulder.
Okay, we'll keep rolling.
Sorry, Jenny, before you go on. Just heard out some new.
After the seance had been completed, Aidan spoke through the walkie-talkie, relaying what he asked the spirit world to do and whom they should affect.
Any chance that Gary get touched on his left shoulder?
You can't be fucking kidding me.
Are you shitting me? He got touched on his left arm.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's my left shoulder.
I said the top, yeah, I thought I said top.
Did he get the exercise up here and actually touch on his left shoulder?
Remember Gary said he got touched on the left arm?
Oh, you got touched
Yeah.
on the left shoulder. Yeah, you did.
He sat here and involved in a seance and he goes, guys, I feel like I just got touched on my left arm. How long ago did you say that? Was it the left shoulder you got touched?
Aidan returns to the main hall where a spirit ghost box session is about to commence.
The spirit that touched me on the shoulder. Who are you?
There's a breath there. There was a breath.
Breath?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make up breath.
Yeah, it was just when at the end of it.
Cormac, is it true that you don't like women? Oh, Cormac, is it true that you like women too much and you touch them and you laugh at them? Yes. Oh, yes, he does.
You never tell me what colour this is.
I know what I'm really sure that is. I think it is red.
Yes.
That's it, I think it is red.
With a few words. Do you want to hold it in your hand and see if they can tell you what colour that you're holding?
We're going to do one more just to confirm 100% that you can see this.
No, put a colour underneath. Put a card underneath and see what they know what card you've got underneath. One single card. Okay, I'm going to ask you what colour card did Sam put underneath the cloth on the table?
Green.
Oh, we all heard the colour green.
Can you make that a little bit clearer for us? What is the name of the castle that we are sitting in tonight? Play cards. You should have play cards. Do you want to keep playing cards?
Do you still want to play the card game? What I'd like you to do, if you want to talk to somebody at this table, we're going to say our names, and when I take my hand off the speaker, you say the name of the person you want to talk to, okay? You ready? So my name is Gary.
My name is Mary. My name's Aoife. Josie.
Jack, Aidan,
Jenny?
Sam,
Anthony.
Who do you want to speak to? I thought it said Jen. Like a little girl,
I heard it
Jenny.
twice. Okay, can I play a game with you? Okay, I'm going to shuffle them, and then I'm going to put a colour down, and tell me what colour I have put down. Red?
No, it said red there, just red.
That's brilliant. I love playing games with you. I'm going to put down another card. Can you tell me the colour of this card? Can you tell me the name of the colour that I put down? Okay, what colour do you want me to put down next? Put down blue. What's the other colour you want me to put down? Green or red? Okay, what colour do you want me to put down next? You tell me what to do. You tell me what to do. Tell me what colour you want me to put down next.
Yellow.
Oh, yeah, I know that. What's the colour? What is the colour I want to do? You tell me what to do. Tell me what colour you want me to put down next.
Yellow.
Oh, yeah, I know that. What's the colour? What is the colour that I have left in my hand? I'll call out a question for someone else as well, if that's all right. Did you hear that?
To gather a clearer response, another calling out vigil ensued.
See what's happened?
Yeah.
Did you hear that? That's definitely upstairs.
Oh, it's easy, do you want me to go back up there again on my own? If so, can you make that sound again, please?
Say the best time for paranormal evidence is between 12 and 3 in the morning. Check these. You call it. That's what you said. It was pretty interesting.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make sure the hearing is.
Is there anyone? Is there anyone watching us from the balcony? Okay.
Make sure the hearing is.
Is there anyone? Is there anyone watching us from the balcony?
No, I didn't. Can you whistle from upstairs? Can you copy me? He's upstairs, he has to hear me. Or she. Can you whistle back down? Copy me? He's upstairs, he has to hear me. Or she. Can you whistle back down?
Soon after, E.I.P.R decided to head up to the gallery. It was when returning back to the rest of the group that she experienced an unsuspected surprise. She fell down the spiral staircase, injuring her elbow. She stated she felt a push. Surprisingly, no recording equipment picked up on the incident. What was bizarre was what appeared to be a red residue left on the step of the stairs, yet E.I.P.R had drawn no blood. Anthony decided to wait quietly on the spiral stairs, hoping to encounter a cagey phantom.
Did you say blood?
The investigation ended shortly afterwards. Days later, Jenny from Emerald Isle Paranormal Researchers managed to pick on a fascinating voice that had popped up over the spirit box. Leb Castle is known for its turbulent characters, but this was different. It was assumed during one of the spirit box sessions that one of Jenny's friends, who had sadly passed away, was present. To clarify if her friend was in contact, Jenny asked a personal question. Listen in closely.
Neve, when I go and visit you, who do I take with me? I'm going to tell you what I take with me to see if you can all hear it. Dogs. I take my dogs with me. There's 2 big dogs I take with me.
It goes to show that there can be a lighter side amidst terrible fortune. I won't see you next time. I'll see you in the near distance. Okay, everyone, that was the Phantasms of Leap, and I think seem to have lost Sinead as well. Sinead has come off the air there. Maybe if Sinead can log in again there, maybe hopefully soon again. So yeah, that was the Phantasms of Leap. We're going to be talking to Jenny soon, Jenny Sullivan and Sonyasi from Emerald Isle Paranormal Research there. I'm going to just go over a few of the questions about what happened during that night there. I'd like to give thanks to Jenny from Emerald Isle Paranormal Research and to Gary Waters of Ghost Searchers Iron for the evening. And oh, here comes Sinead for the evening there a few months ago. Oh, the mask is back in.
Yeah, it popped up and you weren't on the screen at all, and then it just kicked me out. So I don't know what happened, but yeah, enjoyed that, doing your best Vincent Price voice throughout.
Vincent Price.
You see what you're trying to copy there.
We have Aoife as well. Aoife's just messaging. Hi, Aoife. I'm glad you're doing well there. She says, well done on the documentary, Anthony. You look great. What an amazing investigation. Yeah, it was amazing. All the circumstances. Well, we'll talk to Jenny now. Jenny's here as well. 3, 2, 1.
I bet you my camera's not working.
We can hear you.
I knew. Let me try and fix it my way here.
No worries.
That's okay. We can just do the audio.
I let you go back out again there.
Oh, here I am. Well, here.
Oh, there you are. You're there. Yeah. Any fireworks? Any fireworks?
They were set off earlier.
Setup in the background. I got those lights. Like, wow.
My sanctuary. There was fireworks earlier, and I was telling them to wait until I come on, but they couldn't.
Yeah.
And they will come back eventually. They will definitely tomorrow night.
Let me see now. Look at that now.
That is class. Wow, doesn't it look like some sort of other realm or something? What on earth? Where are you living? Like,
that? Jesus, is that a fish tank in the background?
Yeah, it looks like it's an underwater kind of.
Oh, it's a picture.
What's going on there? It's really cool. Yeah.
It's my picture.
Anyway, sis, Aoife's just mentioned there, so well done on documentary, Anthony. Looks great. That's an amazing investigation. Yeah, because Aoife's the lady there, folks, that hurt her arm there, and it was.
Oh, yes, okay.
All the circumstances there where I thought I was recording at the time, but I wasn't. And it was, I think a few of the rest of the lads weren't tied there. Tell me, sis, there, what other EVPs you've got there? Can you tell us more about them there?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I do actually, because you know me, always going through the work. When we were going through the spirit box, when I was doing audio at home, and we were sitting around the table doing the spirit box, and I was being called a few names.
I didn't put that up.
I know. I was waiting for it. Please don't do that one. Please don't do that one. And there was a name. I was being called a BITCH. And so Gary asked, can you say that word? And we all heard it again, that word, BITCH. And when I went through the audio when I got home, underneath, but it didn't come out on the spirit box, underneath, a mail came in and it said, "Hey, Jenny, you're a," and then that word came out at the end of it. So it was on two different, the spirit box and the recorder. So we got the one answer, but through two different devices.
Devices, yeah. And was looking back on it there, like I was going to say that it's gone completely out of my head there. I was going to say there, the investigation itself there, like God, I was gone completely out of my head.
It doesn't want you to remember that aspect of it, whatever it is.
It didn't happen there. I got to a few shout outs and I'll probably come back in there. Christine says the investigation was great. Yeah, it was a great evening there. It was a great evening. Bridget Burt from Seekers of the Afterlife. It looked to be a great night there. It was amazing there. And there was bits of the audio that didn't record. I was recording that bit. Oh, that's the one I wanted to say there. That's the one. Yeah. The EVP that I put on the end there was because it was a personal kind of EVP there. And
I was talking to that bit. I was like, oh my God. And here, like, no, you did that bit.
Yeah. And none of us heard that at that time. Like, and yourself as well didn't hear it at that time.
Yeah, nobody heard it. And then, of course, sitting on a computer, going through all of the audio as usual. And this question came up. And I said, right, I'd be shocked if I get anything. I doubt it. So I was kind of picking up something off the floor, headphones on, and I asked a question. I said, Niamh, when I go visit you, what do I take with me? And then all of a sudden, it just said, dogs. And I turned up and I looked at my computer and I'm like, no, you didn't say that. No, let's go back and do it again. And then it came out and then I heard the word dogs. And when I said that I'll tell everyone around the table what I take with me, it within that space, there was about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes of the white noise. So I cut that bit out. So when the EVP came out, there was like a 2 minute of white noise. And then I tell the people around the table, what I take with me. So yes, I have dissected it 1,000,000 times to say, no, not after 6 years. Not after 6 years, because every time I went to visit her, I tell her, right, these are my two big dogs. That's my dog snoring. Hopi, my dog is snoring on my bed. But when I heard it, and every time I do audio work and I get great audio EVPs, I'm like, that's brilliant, love it, and they go off.
Yeah.
This one, because it's personal, I'm self-doubting it. But the answer is what it is, and it is the right answer.
Yeah, because listen to it there, like it's just it's so clear, it's so clear there, and
it was, how we didn't hear it on the night, and it's the same with the other one. Hey, Jenny, you're a, and still none of us heard it, but yet the end word came out. So
I know there was an experiment. So I know there was an experiment in there, which I know Sam from GhostÉire Channel did with the cards as well, and there was the colours of the cards, and you can hear clearly some of the colours there coming out: red, green, yellow.
Yeah,
that was pretty clear. I heard that.
Yeah, that was so good. That was crazy. I was actually getting so much fun out of it because I know the little girl wanted to play the game, and I'm like, yes, let's do this. I have 2 daughters, so playing with my kids and they're older now, but that was exciting. I loved it. It was exciting to do that bit and to get that interaction 1-to-1. It was really good.
Who's don't know. I'm only joking. Ali says, hi, Jenny, the spirits love you. You had a great night last night, did you? You at the Mill Mount?
We had a phenomenal night last night. I am still coming down off it. It was just as long as I'm doing that location, it shocks me. And I think last night's one has hit me a little harder than every other time I've been there. It just hit me harder last night that I actually I never want to leave a location. But I knew then it was time that we just, shut it down. It was getting too much. Not if I say that in the wrong way, it was just highly, highly active. And if it wasn't through visual, it was completely through audio. And it was from the phone experiment that we do. And it's just, I would sit there all night and do the phone experiment. You get so much from it, so much. We could sit there and do visual work for hours and hours and hours, and I do that. But what we got last night was mind-blowing. I wish everyone, and I know when I get the audio work done, they will go up.
I know, because there was like reading a book there, Steve, obviously Steve Parsons as well. You've interviewed him in the past there, and there's a book about the acoustics there, and he goes along with Callum Cooper, and it's about telephone calls there, and they're actually using the telephone. They did surveys on it in the past, and they couldn't explain most of the experiences. People could say they were half asleep or half, awake there, or hallucinating there, but majority of the time there was very unexplained stuff happening with telephones.
That's very interesting. Yeah, what's the phone experiment that you were doing last night, and what
the phone experiment we do is I'd leave my mobile phone down in we're going to call it the kitchen area in Millmount Museum.
Yeah. And
Alan would call my mobile phone, and we always use WhatsApp. We've tried different ways of normal phone call, Facebook phone call.
Yeah.
Why it works with the WhatsApp one, we don't know.
Yeah.
He would call me on the WhatsApp, and I'd put my phone on speaker. I'd leave a recorder down in the same room away from the phone. Then we go 2 floors up into the coffee room, and we'll sit there and we'll ask questions.
Yeah.
And we would hear sometimes noises or disturbance into the kitchen area. And there's sometimes when they say something, there's a certain noise that comes through. We got none of that last night. It was just flat, nothing.
Yeah.
So after 25 minutes, we went downstairs, we shut the phones off, and we brought the recorder up, plugged it into the speaker. What we heard was, and it was intelligent because the response to the answers, it was angry, very angry.
Oh.
A lot of name calling. Questions we asked because we heard a newborn baby cry on the last session we did a few weeks ago. And so I'm asking about the baby, and a man comes through and goes, that BASTAOD.
Yeah.
And they never wanted to talk about the baby, ever. We'll hear dogs barking, people are fighting.
Yeah.
And at one point we thought it was us up in the coffee room talking. There was 6 of us. So we thought, we were talking, but no one was using the F words. They shut the F up words or get the F down. And it was just, it was like a big argument. And then we were sitting in the coffee room, and I thought something fell on the floor. But so we kind of ignored it. And then it happened again over beside one of the women sitting on the opposite side of the room. But it was like banging from underneath, from the kitchen area underneath, and banging as if it was banging the ceiling. And we felt the vibrations on the floorboards upstairs in the coffee room where we were sitting. So
wow, it's a lot. For one night.
It was a lot, and I am looking forward to going through audio. Alan has some great audio he has to send on to me. It will go up on the page, but it was enough that I think we might just need just kind of a little break. Just a little break, because it was a lot.
I suppose it's got loads of history, that location, hasn't it?
So much history. Family lived there. Armies lived there. Oliver Cromwell had knocked down that building, the Martello Tower. There is a location we do for gratefully now we have another location on that site that we can go into as well from the 1800s. So we hopefully do that in the next few weeks, if not after Christmas.
Eugene says, Jenny, you were very lucky with the fall. Your arm looked really sore. That wasn't Jenny there. So Eugene, that was another member in Jenny's team. That E.I.P.R there who just commented there. Yeah, her arm was sore, but it got mended there. And I think with this, with the situation there with Aoife there at Lev Castle there, I think she remember her saying she was pushed there, and she was actually up above in the gallery, which I did mention in the documentary. She was up above there, and then she was suffering with a headache, and then she came down, but she felt being pushed. And apparently, I thought I was recording, and it didn't seem to record, but I think even Sam had trouble recording stuff as well there.
Yeah. And even with that, when Aoife fell, none of us heard her fall.
No, that was
We heard her fall. And for those spiral staircase, it's a bit of a head down.
Did she fall down much, or just like a little bit? Did she really go down?
It was we think it was a few steps down. Aoife said it was 2 or 3 steps going down. And but none of us heard her falling at all, which was strange that we didn't hear her. I mean, I know the spirit box was on.
It was like a cover up or something, you know, spirit trying to cover its tracks. Yeah,
I don't know. It was,
Bridget from Seekers of the Afterlife says the phone experience is great thanks to Jenny. She showed us.
Did you use it, Bridget? It's brilliant.
And Aoife says that really shook me. I was being so careful all night on the stairs, but I don't even remember how I fell. Left me really confused. One thing that left me really confused was last week's dancing there at Redwood Castle. Happy birthday, Aoife.
That was it was at the end of the investigation. We were going to for 2 nights. We was
true.
Sunday. And then we just thought, right, it's Aoife's birthday, you know, we'll get the work done, which was amazing. And then we just kind of, you know, Aidan and Aoife did a dance off, and Aidan tried to get me to do it, but I'm the visualizer. I do the video. I don't dance on camera. Yeah,
dancing in the moonlight, says Aoife there.
Yeah, we were.
It looked amazing, Redwood Castle there. It looked really amazing.
It is. We were sitting on the table and we were doing a playback of it's great because we never used to do playback, but we started doing playback. So whatever we get, we can continue on with whatever answers we get on the night. I'll still do the work when I get home to get it up. So playback on and off. And then when I went to turn the recorder on, and the coaches box on. So we don't know where this one came from, but it was a very 0.00 second on the recorder. A man comes in so clearly saying hello in a very grand voice, very clearly. And we all heard it straight up. We played it last night for the guys in the Millmount, and it was one I'm definitely going to get up tomorrow because I got home at 8 o'clock this morning. Well,
oh wow, it's
a long day there. Bridget Bett from Seekers of the Afterlife says we use the phone experience in the Athenaeum. Works very well there. So what have you got planned? What have you got planned in the future? You got talk shows coming up there?
Yes, I do. I have a few brilliant guests coming up. We do have some great guests coming up. On the 6th of November, we have Kenny Biddle. He is from America. He's a skeptic. I've been on a show before, great guy. So we have him on the 6th. The 14th, we have Dr. Kieran O'Keefe. You've had him on recently, so I'll have feed into him. Oh gosh, on the 21st, we have Austin Williams. He is an undertaker. And on the 28th, hopefully now we have a book for the 28th. We have Barry Fitzgerald coming on.
Oh, cool! So that's a great lineup there.
Wow, it's very one after the other as well. Like
busy, and then we have investigations to do as well. We have we have Athenaeum next.
Yeah,
Athenaeum next. Yeah, November. So I'm full for Christmas of doing audio work and video work. I'm full. If you don't hear from me from Christmas, I'm catching up on.
I'll be having a break soon anyway for doing these talk shows there anyway for 6 months anyway.
I'm going to catch them back up.
You're still in the draw, sis, and I'm going to do the mega draw. So you're one of 3 people still in it. So should we do the last part of the draw? So I'm just going to tell. So
the last part of the draw is now.
2 people left in the mini draw. So we have Emma Louise Tully of Soul to Soul Paranormal and Christine Keane. Might be still watching. I'll come to your question there, Alan. There, and Irene Smith, and obviously Jenny herself there, and Mary Nolan are back in time for the mega draw. So here we go. Here it comes.
There you go.
Here's where the prizes get win. Next ball up is, last ball out is the winner. Number 5.
Number 5, Emma Louise, yeah.
Oh, so that means the mini draw
goes
to
to
Christine Keane. You're the winner of the mini draw. Prizes are coming to you for the mini draw. Okay. So you're still in there, Jenny. Still in there, Jenny. Let me see. Oh, you could win some ball coming soon. Let me see. Number 14.
Number 14.
Oh, no. So that means there's still Irene Smith and Mary Nolan. Let me see now. That's all your balls, Anthony, says Eugene. But there, there's 3 balls left. 3 balls left. 2 of them. Well, there's only one that, there's only one that could be a win of the other one. One of them balls, obviously, is going to be Christine's. I mean that, Christine. Let me see. There it comes. This is host number 17, which is Mary Nolan. So we have a winner.
So Irene.
We have winners. We have Irene Smith, who wins the Halloween mega draw from California. Oh shit!
Oh nice.
I'll have to post that off for fuck's sake.
Yeah, there's her posters in packaging.
You're probably not get that next year anyway. And Christine Keane, you win it for the mini draw. So there you go. I'll be in contact tomorrow.
Couple of fireworks coming your way, and that, yeah, chalice and whatever.
Alan says, phone experiment.
We called
it
last
night.
I'm so intrigued by this phone experiment now. I really am.
We thought someone had got in the buildings an active night. Need a few weeks off, Jen.
Yes. I want to keep going. I want to keep going.
Oh, you keep going. You keep going there. Joanne says, good luck, everyone. I know that's to do with the draw. Rattle your ball, says Eugene, and smiley face there. Well, thank you, sister, and thank you for inviting me for the Lead Castle there, and it was wonderful to do that, and we'll do it again sometime then.
Definitely, we're back in. We're booked in again for the new year. We're booked in again.
Oh, brilliant!
And Redwood.
And Redwood there, so we must get there sometime. And there you go. I'll let you get some Halloween. It's the fireworks tomorrow, so be careful there and look after the animals.
All the animals of the zoo that I have.
I know.
I have a few. One is on my bed snoring.
I hear something there. Is it a cow?
So,
an indoor cow.
That's Jenny's
somewhere there snoring on my bed.
There's something there.
All right, so sis.
Yeah.
I'll let you go. I love you.
Materializing, yeah.
Happy Halloween.
Bye.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Bye.
You got me over
so we have the winners there, Sinead. So I'll just go to Joanne. Joanne now says, congratulations to both winners. Very interesting show. Lots of varied subjects. Thanks, Anthony and Sinead. Yeah, so we still we've got a couple more interviews to go.
We do actually, yeah. I'm actually so intrigued.
Unfortunately, it's held us back loads, sadly, but we're getting back to it now. We've managed to do a few recording sessions, managed to record a few episodes. So yeah.
You'll need this, right? The place where you truly need it. Hello and welcome to the Halloween Extravaganza 2, and we're going to be talking to Dale Dickinson now from Are You Haunted? We're going to be talking about the subjects of RAF Bin Book and also Season 3. I don't know if Dale's going to disclose anything, but we'll see how he goes. Might be nothing, we'll see there. But so, folks, if you'd like to contact us, go to our website, www.GhostÉire.net, go to the contact page, fill in the blanks. If you have a private message, just put in brackets private message. You can also go to our website and go to the red button, the GhostÉire channel, and you catch up on past shows there. Dale, how you doing, bro?
I'm great. Thank you very much. It's great to be back, and thank you for having me.
No, and it's a wonderful to have you back there as well there, and happy Halloween. This is the night before Halloween. So, what I was going to say that since we last talked there, what has happened? How have all the team coping since about March? I think it was March. No, it was it must have been about June last year.
Yeah, well, obviously because of COVID, it's been so up in the air. We've not been able to do too much, unfortunately. It's held us back loads, sadly. But we're getting back to it now. We've managed to do a few recording sessions, managed to record a few episodes. So yeah, it's good. We're all good. It's nice to get back out there and doing what we love.
Yeah. And as I suppose, I don't know, I suppose, you know, with the COVID and all that, it's all changed there. But there's one particular place that we're going to talk about now is RAF Pin Book there. And I think it was the end of season 2, was it?
It was, yeah, season 2, episode 10. That was filmed literally just after really the end of the COVID restrictions. So that was the first thing we did after all these restrictions ended, which was, and what a place to go to go back to start with. Absolutely phenomenal place.
Can you tell us a bit about the place? Because they said there's not much. I remember I was watching it there, and I think Jane was saying there, like, there's not much history. Like, you know, it's a historic place there, but there's not much history to it. Obviously, because of the secrecy?
It's not. I don't know, but no, there isn't much history to it, to be honest. It is what it is. It's RAF Binbrook. It's a Royal Air Force base that was used up until, let's say, recently, to be honest. And what a fantastic place it is. But because of that, there isn't much history to be for the place. So we went in there not knowing much, really. Right. And it didn't let us down. Definitely not. It was absolutely phenomenal. And if you've not already watched the episode, I do recommend get on there and watch it. Series 2, episode 10. It was a phenomenal night. One of the best we've had, to be honest. And it did not disappoint at all.
I think because there's supposed to be like there's supposed to be a lot of physical. There's supposed to be shadow people. There's supposed to be evil entities there, and people being apparently got hurt as well. Can you tell us that? Has it changed? Like, is it like from it was an RAF base? What is it? What is it now? Is it a community site or something?
I think so, yeah. It still looks like an RAF base, though. You get on site, you've got the hangars that are still there. You've got a proportion of the runway there, derelict planes, military fire engines, and all that. So, from someone that's never been there before, you could quite easily tell it was a military base. So it's not transformed dramatically. It's not as if any of the hangars have been knocked down and it's all community centres or anything like that. It's not like that at all. But yeah, it's got its uses nowadays.
It's a
but you still know it's massive. It's an absolutely massive place. Yeah, both the grounds and the buildings are absolutely huge.
And as I mentioned, I suppose because I was watching the show, and I won't give too much away there. The episode, from RAF Bin Book, and you mentioned your uncle as well that fought in the war there.
Yeah. My great uncle was a flight sergeant. He was a pilot in World War II. And until I got there, I didn't realise that Lancasters were based at RAF Binbrook for a time. My great uncle flew a Lancaster and was sadly shot down and killed over France. So when we got to RAF Binbrook and I realised that Lancaster was there, it did not affect me, but it had an influence, let's say, on me. That could my great uncle have flown from here? I don't know. So it did hold kind of a special feeling to me. It was unusual because you don't go to many locations where you have, let's say, a personal connection to them, to be honest. So to go to somewhere like that and potentially have a personal connection to it was quite special, to be honest.
Yeah, it's interesting, as you said, like there's a personal connection. I suppose when you do go to these places, like if you go to your grandmother's house and you do be investigated, or you feel that presence there and she's no longer there, and you get that personal feeling. And although it does feel like she's passed away or something like that, you do feel like that essence there. And I suppose, I know it's tragic, but then I suppose there's the feeling of so much proudness of what he did as well, you know.
Definitely, yeah.
Can you tell us what was you got? Well, probably something that I will mention there is probably you got a growl in the face.
Yeah, it's the only way I can describe it. The only way I can describe it, it sounds like someone's stomach rumbling. Is the best way I can describe it, and it was literally right in my face, to the right hand side of my face, within inches. I felt the breath of air on the side of my face at the same time as hearing this, as I say, growl. There was nothing there. There's nothing there. I was holding the camera, so unfortunately the camera wasn't pointing at me to see if there was anything there. You can see by the episode the shock of me reacting. I almost dropped the camera, trying to hand it to Jane for her to film, because I was in so much shock because this had just happened. It was surreal. It was really weird.
I remember Ben, like, he was watching it, and Phil. I don't know if Phil was, but I know Ben was. I think Phil was zoning out. But Ben mentioned, you mentioned that something's happened to Dale there. He's really got something's really happened there. Like,
well, where they were on the hub was literally the next room to the theatre. And to be honest, the walls were quite thin. You could hear through the door, so you could hear what was going off. We could hear at points them two talking, Phil and Ben, and obviously they could hear me and Jane talking. So when I reacted to what happened, I was obviously quite loud. I was quite shocked. So they obviously heard the commotion, and as you say, Ben said something's happening to Dale, but obviously they didn't know because they weren't watching
yeah.
me live. They could see on the CCTV camera I was doing something, but obviously the CCTV camera doesn't have sound, so they couldn't hear clearly what I was saying. They just knew there was some sort of commotion. So it was...
That makes it even more interesting. I mean, it makes it more like, oh shit, what's happening? Like,
well, that's it, exactly. So when we went through back to the hub, we went through to the hub virtually straight away to report it, and it was virtually the end of the vigil, to be honest, when that happened, end of the first vigil. So me and Jane went back through to the hub, and then Sarah and Jane came downstairs from where they were. So everyone was really surprised as to what happened. I think more so because things normally happen to Jane and not myself. So I think that was a lot of the surprise. But yeah, it was a really weird instance, to be honest. I can't explain it. I can't.
I think it's happened to me probably a couple of times, but one place that I do remember it happened there, and it does like, whoa. It's like I've heard it twice in the one place. It was like the first time you're thinking, oh right, okay, it might be something else, and then when you hear it again, it's like, oh, it's like,
yeah.
But you know,
that's it. This is the first time I'd heard it, and I didn't hear it again, but it was just so clear to me. And as I say, I felt the breath on my face. I felt a breath of wind, or whatever it was, on my face, as well as this growl, groan, whatever you want to call it. And as I say, I can't say it was anything normal, anything fathomable.
Nothing in the environment there, or it wasn't Jane, or you know,
we were in the middle of the room. It's not as if we were right next to a window or anything like that. We were in the middle of the room with nobody else in there. So that for that to happen was, as I say, surreal. It was unexplainable, to be honest.
And can you tell us more about what? Because there was, I won't give too much away, but there was accents caught in recordings. Is it true?
Yeah, we use audio recorders, Zoom H5 and H6 audio recorders, and we have them set up all around the building to try and cover as much area as possible to pick up other things that we don't necessarily pick up on camera. So we're walking around with the cameras and we're filming with picking up what we're saying and what we're hearing, but the Zooms will possibly obviously pick something else up, and lo and behold they did. There was an instance where Phil and Wayne were in a room. They heard a bang, and it sounded like a bang. Phil said it sounded possibly like a gunshot, but then you hear Phil and Wayne were in a room. They heard a bang, and it sounded like a bang. Phil said it sounded possibly like a gunshot, but then you hear the Zoom recording back at the same time, and it sounds even clearer. It sounds just like a gunshot, which is phenomenal. To say we're on an RAF base, to hear a gunshot it blows your mind, to be honest. And the voices as well. I don't want to give too much away, but yeah, we picked up some clear voices again on the Zoom audio recorders. A Scottish accent, we think, and an American accent.
Yeah, American,
The American one was a clear speech, 4 or 5, 6 words long, maybe. So and you could hear it clear as day. But there was nothing there that would have caused that. There was natural. There was no players playing any music or anything like that. None of us said anything. None of us put any voices on or played any audio recordings.
True. Yeah.
It came from nowhere. We don't know where it came from, but it was clear as day on the Zoom recorder. As I say, watch the episode and you'll see what I mean. You've got to watch it right to the end. We play the audio after the summary, but you've got to have a listen and you'll see what I mean. You'll hear what I mean. Your mind will be blown.
I was listening to it myself there, and it's I won't say too much there, but it was like, whoa, there's something different there. You know, you can tell by the twang in the tongue, the accents there. There's something different there.
Yeah.
So we're just going to move on to the next subject now. So we're going to try and dish the dirt or get. I mean,
A warning. The footage you're about to view may contain distressing images. Some of the language used may be offensive. Some individuals have had their face blurred and voice distorted to protect their identities.
This area.
Yeah.
If you're with us right now, try and knock the door over. Try and bang on the door. If you're right now by me, my hand, right hand now, try and move it. Smack it, hit it if you want.
Was it? Oh, it's brilliant film, man. I like the box set. There's Ghostbusters 3 coming out. Yeah. They're brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
How you feeling?
Trent.
I'm blazing.
Okay. This area.
Strange situations we were ever put into.
Show yourself.
Are you afraid that we might get you away from this building tonight?
Traffic, Thomas. See you at Queen.
Initial first reaction to the house, it was just looked like a old rundown house. Looked like a lot of history in it, a bit eerie. I mean, there was very little lighting on the outside, so it was your typical countryside building we were entering. A small bit of an eerie feeling. There was a graveyard nearby. Noticed that straight away.
The GhostÉire team were set up in 2009. Their aim, to explore the supernatural. In that first year after Halloween, Anthony, a member of the team, received a phone call.
I was about to collect my daughter one afternoon when I picked up an unexpected phone call. A woman on the other end of the line wanted my advice. Younger brother Colin had been witnessing strange occurrences in the house he was living in.
It wasn't just Colin who was witnessing the untypical activity. His friends did too. Dave and Cameron on separate occasions. Strange banging noises and a feminine coat appeared out of nowhere in the spare room. Footsteps could be heard from above when nobody was around. Colin and his friends were terrified.
They were asking for help, so we felt it was our duty to find some kind of answer and put an end to what was happening. That evening, John, Paul, Derek and I and another team member went to visit the house. We were greeted by Colin, his sister who rang us, and his friends. The detached house looked like any other country house. It was off a main road. Inside you could tell modifications, extra rooms were added in.
Outside seemed a bit, there was just strange feeling that there was just something wasn't right from the start. I think that was my initial feeling when I got there and when we started just investigating this incident.
Colin described that he was living at the house for the past 6 months. All was fine. However, one evening he described seeing an apparition of a young girl in a communion dress, aged between 7 and 8 years old, inside the house. A feeling of coldness would hit him at times, a chillness on the toes. Twisting and pulling on the clothes would occur too. One morning, Dave spotted a tall, broad, dark figure trying to get through the side door of the house. Dave immediately felt threatened. He quickly turned the handle on the door to thwart the intruder and to stop any chances it had of coming in. The handle kept twisting and turning. Whoever was on the other side was trying to come in. Suddenly, the twisting of the door handle ceased.
I did a few baseline tests, checking the area for any discrepancies. Other team members went about their duties, taking photographs, etc. What I can remember is that there was a musty smell when you walked around the place. the rooms weren't ventilated. There was plastic bottles of holy water in most of the rooms.
The young gentlemen used the living room as their sleeping quarters. Scared, they refused to sleep in the bedrooms on the floor above.
We asked Colin and his friends some questions, the usual ones a paranormal investigator would use and put forward. Whether they were taking narcotics on the night they experienced strange occurrences, if they had any psychological problems, or if they had an alternative motive to claiming that there was a haunting at the location. Lastly, we asked them what they would like to achieve by us being on the site.
A former tenant was believed to have no problems living at the location. Also, Colin and his friends hadn't had any of these strange phenomena happen before where they had previously resided. On further research, it was alleged the building used to be a home for priests.
We decided to do a séance in the kitchen. Getting down to business, a group of us connected on the dining kitchen table. The room was dark, a few candles illuminated the room. The table started vibrating, and Colin felt a chill around his neck. John Paul was in the hallway, looking up the stairs to the landing above. That's when he started to hear stuff.
I think when we were downstairs in the dining room, I remember hearing taps, kind of just little knocking sounds. Another occasion, there was a face outside the window that I noticed.
We turned the lights back on in the kitchen. Colin and his friends were starting to feel a bit fearful of the situation. We called it a night, reassured Colin and his friends, Dave and Cameron, that all would be okay.
Colin opted to stay at one of his friends' houses up until the GhostÉire team would return a couple of days later. The following day, Anthony made a discovery while tracing information about the main road outside of the house. Looking over the internet, he found one account of a woman driving on the road late one night. She described the steering wheel in her car trying to turn the opposite way. For over 1 minute, she had difficulty in trying to balance the car. Following a visit to her mechanic, nothing was found wrong with the vehicle.
I met up with Derek and a couple of members of the team at the house a couple of days later. I set up a few motion detectors on top of the bed in Colin's bedroom. Derek sensed a young girl outside of the house and a man with a hat covering his ears, possibly a farmer. It was of good intent.
It was the early hours of the morning when Anthony decided to go into Colin's bedroom on his own.
I could still sense that musty smell, and a cold fog flowed outwards from each exhale from my lungs. Nothing happened, so Derek, a team member, and I brought up a small table and a glass to inside the spare room where we would partake in the glass divination experiment. Colin and Dave and Cameron slept on the chairs in the living room. There was a spirit named John, very dominant, we thought. The entity was trying to get inside Derek to channel through him. The glass moved with great speed across the table with countless circles. There was distaste towards me, apparently. We were to come across this being the night of the exorcism.
A spirit named James from the 1900s was sensed. He was only passing through. He wasn't in any pain, yet confused. Another spirit named Seamus, who also looked after James, was close by. It was the early hours of the morning when the team departed the house. The next day, an exorcism would take place.
I prepared myself formally for the task ahead. I had prayers, Latin and English, blessed crucifix, holy water, not to mention a few other things. Whatever was there needed to be moved on to our belief. Anticipation mixed with fear greeted us. I was joined on the night by John Paul, Derek, Veronica, Paul's sister, a lady who was gifted in mediumship, and another team member. John Paul's brother, Paul, would arrive later on.
Show yourself. Show yourself. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Where are you?
What was that? It was like that. That way. That way. That way. That way.
It's like a star, was it?
It's almost like a star.
Almost like a star. Full on there.
It's kind of. Where are you around this room at this moment? Are you in that position at the moment? With the glass, if that's true.
Is that you again, John? Are you going to come through Derek again? Do you have something to say to us?
Were you a brother? Were you from the before the 1900s? Move the glass towards me when I ask you the question, dear person. Were you from the 1900s? 1800s? 1700s? 1600s? 1500s? 1400s? Are you from before the 1500s? Before the 1500s.
What's your name?
Also, it's like some stuff.
Listen, I'm going past you now.
Okay.
I'm going to ask them to move it for me, yes. There we go, the answer, I better quit. So I'll move the glass to yes. No. Because I'm feeling down.
I know it's but I think later on
It's like, so what did we get there? Was it before 1500s or?
no, he was just
he's playing his
no, he was acting the
oh, so he doesn't want he's not going to coincide with what are you? You're not going to listen to what we're saying, are you? Do you have ill feeling in your mind? Is Michael with you? Is John with you? I mean, is Seamus with you? Is Seamus with you? Do you mean the people that live in this house, how? Is there a reason? Have you been in this building for more than a year? I think it needs to be getting rid of now.
Mm-hmm.
I actually have something. A question that we need to ask you. And what is the question?
Are you a druid or? Are you a druid? Are you getting direct?
it's okay to want to be on their back.
Me too. It's weird. Your hands tingle.
Are you a druid? No.
Hurts.
You, Chris, did you live in this house? God.
Yes. Did you build this house?
No.
Did the gentleman break something? Did he cause something to make you come out? We're not getting clear answers. You ready, Derek? Just let me know when you're ready. How are you feeling?
I actually don't know.
Can you move it to me for yes, because we need clear answers if you need help. Move it for me for yes, to Zach for no.
Is it because I'm at the table?
Who's that?
I don't know. It was like there.
I might be around there. Just leave it, leave it.
No, I just wondering what it was.
Because I've been hearing it stuff all the
He's
time
here.
over there.
Yes, he is.
He's here.
Get back down into the
Yep.
house.
Was that you just then? Are you feeding up us being scared?
I'm not afraid either.
I'm not afraid.
We're not afraid.
Not in the slightest, to be honest with you.
No. Do something that makes us afraid.
It's alright.
Careful, you can never wonder what that hand was.
Come on.
Come on, shows that you're here. If you're willing to show that you're scaring lads that are here, show us. You weakest piece of scum.
Do something that makes us scared. Show it yourself.
Got him around the room now.
I think it's that you're afraid.
Are you afraid that we might get you away from this building tonight?
You're too strong for that, are you? No, that means you don't feel strong enough. Yes, you just feel strong.
He's
I know exactly what's wrong with him.
What?
He doesn't want me in this room at all.
Doesn't want you in this room, or what you feeling? In the next room.
Yeah, on one part of the video there was kind of a strange sound, like somebody was drinking something, a large gulp and a bit of a groan or something like that. I vaguely remember hearing something like that, but I was more, I think, more in tune with Veronica's interpretation. She heard it clearly. Myself, I barely heard something. Couldn't be sure, you know. Sometimes in these locations you can hear stomach noises, but this was a clear gulp. It was like somebody was trying to get something out. And what we've come across is depending on the strength level of a spirit. It depends on their response. So I felt there was a presence there, but it was trying to speak but hadn't enough power to speak, and it was a kind of a gulp sound. But very interesting sounds to get. I mean, when it happens, you just have to be on your toes and not panic.
I was taken aback by the sound phenomena. It didn't sound nice. I knew in my head I had to remain in control and focused, even if things were getting a tad threatening. With a gulp and grunting noise heard, it didn't feel nice.
The team made their way into Colin's bedroom. Derek and the lady were starting to sense more energies coming in.
Are you with our friend Derek at the moment? Is there more than one person here? Is there just one person in this room at the moment? Is there two people? Three people. It's two. Is it you and Seamus? James. Are you here with us, James? You talking to us the other night, James? Move the glass towards me if that's right, James. What are your feelings are?
There's definitely somebody else over
Move the glass towards me if you're protecting this house. Move the glass towards me if you're not protecting this house. Not certain. But we're getting it. How are you feeling? Hello? What's your name?
Monster me.
Yeah, okay.
It's shaking, it's very strange. I've been shaking since I came in.
Okay. I think we're going to leave it for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and then we'll see if the lads get.
Come on.
What's your name?
Francis.
Francis. Got a second name. O'Rourke. Is it a gentleman or a lady? A woman.
Very soft.
Soft. What age is she?
Mid-30s. Dark hair, totally black. She's holding something in her hands.
Sleeve.
She's saying we've got to leave.
You've got to leave.
Yeah.
Is she in protection of us?
She's afraid.
She's afraid.
Is she saying that there's bad spirits?
Oh no, she's really afraid. She was saying.
Is she afraid for us or for herself?
Oh, she's seen something, but she doesn't want to say what.
Did the gentleman that live here, and
She doesn't want to talk about that. We must leave.
Does she know how many people, spirits that are around this building?
She's never looked. She's just frightened.
Is she fighting other people that are in this place?
She's just scared.
She's scared.
Yeah. She's not saying what she won't say what.
What year was she born?
Mid-1800s.
What did she die of, or what does she know she's dead?
She coughed a lot. Yeah. she knows she's dead away.
She's warning us about other things that are around here.
I think she is, yeah.
And does she know if these spirits are druids or...
There's a well nearby, she said. There's a well nearby here somewhere.
Well, yeah. Is that linked? Is that linked to what's been going on recently?
I don't know if she's going away.
Does she stay at this house? Is she just visitation?
She used to work here.
Did you see bad things happen here?
She's just saying the well.
And what's the name of the well? Sorry?
Or something. I don't know. I can't understand it.
Gort.
No, I can't really hear. Gort something.
Gort. Is it around the north of here?
East. East.
Tell me, Francis.
No more.
No more. Okay. Thank you. You like that?
Yeah, she's gone.
Okay.
That
Same as the other night.
cold. I think the same person as me that was Zach. I'm getting a figure of a black lady, black haired lady, or a black shawl or something.
Black shoes.
Black shoes. You got a good description there, lad. Black shawl as well, yeah?
I'm getting killed in my mind. Killed.
This could be different now.
No, he's still with me as well. He's telling me later on.
What's that?
Whatever was with me last night.
It's got to be.
No, he's still here.
He's still here. You go to let him come forward. Ask him here. Were you talking to us earlier? You would have got towards me if that's true. Are you, is your name John? Okay. Right, okay. The lights. The fire, yeah?
Yeah, it's correct.
Yeah, okay. Where are you at this moment, John?
I hear movement upstairs now.
No?
I just heard movement upstairs as well. Yeah, he's with me. Right, that's one in hand. And okay. Are you on your own, John? You would ask me if that's yes. You would ask me if it's no. You feeling that? Did you hear them hanging upstairs last night?
No, I'm not hearing any bang. Do you hear any bang? Thomas? There was a thought of interpretation at that point. What had I got myself and the rest of the team into? Derek and the lady decided to go up to Colin's bedroom. I stayed in the kitchen, but not for long though. John Paul advised me not to go upstairs, yet I did. If I knew now what I do now, I shouldn't have gone up. That's a second. As he's resting on the radio saying hello.
That was me.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
You want to do it?
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, we just some water there, lads.
What do you want?
Water.
Glass of water?
Yeah.
Let's go for a pee.
There's pallets.
Downstairs. Francis, will you get some water?
Yeah. You alright, man? You okay, yeah? Sorry, don't worry. It's gone now.
He's
not.
He's going to be back. He'll be back.
You need to know the explanation. That's why he's here.
Do you know? Did you come? Do you know
Here's some water,
any
lads.
answers?
No, he's not with me anymore. It's just
No,
he's
yeah.
going to be back.
Yeah. Cheers.
Oh, that was for drink.
Yeah, Bill. Just get up first. You just sit up first.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
What happened there?
I asked him to explain himself.
And what did Derek do? He did her.
Flew at me and they went round to his throat.
No, he just came from my.
Did
I just let him go towards me, but you know, there's only so much of a walkie-talkie and a pen and notepad you can do. No.
Sorry for.
No, he's, you know, he came for me there, but I know I'm not going to hit him there, like.
Oh no, but I just.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Spear tackle. And I wouldn't mind, right? I only barely got the door open. I was kind of coming in like that, and I was afraid of getting into it. And then I didn't know what was that.
Bouncing days.
But see, listen to me honestly. It only wanted you to come up.
Yeah, wanted me to come up.
I was standing down there, and I told you I could see it looking down, waiting for.
No matter what you were saying.
He wanted you to come up. You just wanted you.
I
suppose he didn't want me around. Yeah.
He didn't want you.
Huh?
When I was coming up, it was telling me to ignore you.
Yeah, to ignore me.
Completely ignore you. Yeah. But my head was just fucking going 90 like.
I know, yeah.
We're not going to get answers off him or anything.
No.
No.
He's just going to try and attack you.
It's a very irrational spirit.
So the best thing we can do is.
I don't think it is irrational. I think it's got a lot of direction.
Oh, it knows exactly what it's doing.
It's just. Yeah.
It had a motive there, like I knew it.
Yeah.
I was standing right next to Derek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he literally almost threw me, but not at me at all, just vroom.
Yeah.
That way.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's adamant of Derek and I.
Yeah, to get it.
Because
Get
it
at
knows
me.
it can.
Get at me mainly.
Johnny is together.
Get at me, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't.
Yeah. I didn't hit you.
No, not saying that. No.
Yeah.
No.
You scratched my hand by the way.
I know. All I can just remember is just waking up and just seeing you over me.
Yeah. That's I know. You were completely out. I knew you were a different person. I knew it. I said it to you before.
Yeah, I knew I was going to harm
The
you
noises
there, like.
that you were making weren't even.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean? They were demonic, like.
Yeah. But like more people.
And we'll get this place fucking blessed.
Can I give you one for?
Cheers.
And I'll say the.
For Nina and.
I'll say the prayers. I'll say the prayers.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
See if we might be able to get.
I think.
Would you be up for? Would you be up for?
There's one other possibility. There's one other possibility.
That's what I'm here for today. That's what I'm here for.
There's one other possibility, Angelo, that he's doing this to attack you. Is that he knows you'll be able to.
No, I think the next time if you're coming up and you bring John, because I swear to God, he's powerful.
Yeah.
I ran through fucking, like I could feel running through. I could feel like I was. This fella is huge.
Yeah,
he's bigger than you, John.
Yeah.
He's stronger than you, John. Like this is what's coming across me.
I'm a dirty. But like I say, that was a trap he set up here. I said it to Derek. Don't come up. He was peering out at me. But I think it might be to do with the fact that
my friend Derek seemed to lose control of himself. seemed like a possession. I think we were downstairs, and I heard something over the walkie-talkie. So I rushed upstairs and found Derek kind of getting a bit heated with Anthony. And Anthony's a placid, nice individual, so I thought, "Oh, this isn't right." So then I realized Derek wasn't himself. I've known Derek a long time. I've never seen anything like this happen. So my immediate reaction, maybe it was something a bit strange, but I spear tackled him to get him away and get him into a subdued state. I mean, he was stronger than I give him credit for, but we held him down, didn't we?
I can remember Derek pacing fast up towards me. I had one hand a walkie-talkie and in the other a notepad. I was probably curious to see what the entity called John inside Derek would do. I was pinned right up against the wall of the room.
Yeah.
I like remember just waking up and seeing you over me.
I know, man.
And even you with your full weight on me, I didn't feel like you had your full weight on me.
I know. Because all good.
In the kitchen, Derek used his finger to make a symbol on the window. Amidst the moisture on the pane of glass was what looked like the symbol of inner peace. Maybe this was the last sign of compromise before the exorcism. After a short break, the team entered Colin's bedroom. The exorcism was about to commence.
Right, so don't.
I'm not moving.
You're live on
We're
TV
here.
now, so
Yeah.
please don't fucking sit.
We just stay here and we're not going to move.
Yeah, just don't block around here, okay?
I won't use the holy water.
Okay, and if anyone feels a bit nervous, get out of here. If anyone feels a bit nervous, run out, okay, Paul?
I have DVDs.
I'm serious.
Keep an eye on it. Keep an eye. Right, somebody else in the glass as well. We need. You willing? You willing?
I'm willing to pass the
You willing? Okay.
Everyone, I'm
Quite
willing.
so. Ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get the lights turned on.
Okay, let's get things going. We've got to ask. We're going to ask if they're here first.
Is there anybody present with us now? Is that you again, John? Is it somebody who's been present here before? Move the glass if there's somebody here with us now.
Come forward, come forward, come forward, come forward, come forward, Derek. Come forward, come forward, Derek. Right, lads, we're going to bust our skipping down. I command.
Got ya.
Brother Barnacle.
I've got you, John.
In the name of God, Son, and Holy Spirit. No! You leave this house, you leave this dwelling. You leave this house, you leave this dwelling. Holy Spirit, I command you to leave this house now. You do not belong in this house. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I command you to leave this house now.
Come on.
Aries Dominus Metia Tus Angelus Santantia Ingehi Domus Shea Qui Habitate Hic He did it! Mitla He did it! He did it! Quite a minute. Big Cedars, Bittiness, Fascists, Dominius.
Paul is here. Who's talking? Is he talking on the phone?
No.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I command you to leave this house. I command you to leave this house.
Leave this house.
Leave this house. I provoke you I command you to leave this house, its friends, to leave everybody else in this house, here and forth after. Ask him to come forward now.
Derek, come forward. Derek, come forward. Derek, come forward.
Alright, got it. Come forward.
Come on, Derek, you're strangling this guy. Come forward. Come forward. Come forward.
Alright, got it. See me, Derek? Okay, man.
Who do you see, Derek?
Yourself and Anthony.
Okay. This one. Alright?
Yeah.
Alright, got the same words around this house with the holy water. Just look after him. Angeles, Sententia, Intra Domus, Tia Qui, Habitate Hic, Martia Animus, Dimalis, Cogita Teto, Et, Piacentia, Urgo Humanus, Hic, Sias, Benefacis Dominus. In the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, I command this a holy place, a safe place. I command those that are of evil doing to have left this place and for not to return. Amen. Amen. How are you feeling, Dad? He's not cool.
He's still very thick. It's very cold. Yeah.
He's still here, yeah?
Just
really like.
We'll see now.
Try and check with the glass.
Alright? We'll have a break from everything now, you know.
No, do the glass again.
Yeah?
Just to check.
Let's just see.
I said give it a minute because we might be calling back something that. No? Okay.
That's what I mean. Let's stay here.
Give it 10 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes.
When he was in the thing, he was saying, sorry, they killed her, they killed her.
Yeah, they killed her, they killed my wife.
They killed my wife. I'm sorry, they killed
How
her.
old is the house?
What was that?
That was coming
That's
out,
what he said.
Yeah,
They killed, if you want to write it down.
yeah.
They killed her, they killed her, they killed
And
my
I
wife.
don't know, did he say
Did he say
John?
he killed my wife?
I think he said he killed my
He killed my wife. Yeah. No.
I think maybe there was some direction.
He said someone, he killed my wife.
He killed my wife. He killed my wife. I'm sorry, he killed my wife. We weakened, isn't it? Or something like that. Oh, it's still here.
When you finish, you told me I should bought my Bible. I could have bought my Bible.
Give him warm and all.
Which means there's a present, definitely. It's a big present.
And definitely the strength there.
I'll just video that up.
Lads, just all hush down below, yeah?
Why, you want to again?
I'm doing it on my own up here, like.
Do you want him to go into the next room with the lads, yeah?
Yeah,
just go into the next room with the lads, alright? And no matter what, don't come in here.
Yeah.
Alright? No matter what you hear or anything, don't come in. Yeah, we're recording it if you want to see it after we show you. If you want to go in there, it's probably safer. Don't worry about downstairs. Okay?
Right, Jonathan, I want you to hold a candle there, you know?
I know. I'll make sure we're recording,
Okay. In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you, evil spirit, to come out of this place. Right, that's it. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to come out of this place. I rebuke you. You will not longer be here. All those that have evil thoughts, evil doings, I command you to leave this place. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I command you to leave this place. In the name of Jesus Christ, I rebuke you. Leave this place now. I'll just do that prayer one more time.
Yeah, what's what?
I ask for the angels of guidance, the angels of judgment to come down, Lord. May them come down and vanquish any evil spirits of evil doings in this dwelling, to send into the rightful place. Make sure they go away, do not return. I ask this, dear Lord. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. What are you getting? I felt heat right down the leg.
Yeah, no. Look at this, what's happening. See what's happening with the window? See the thing being wiped out?
Yeah.
It's beginning.
Yeah.
Whatever's happening is working. Definitely. See that mark gone across? That wasn't there when we started.
The lady and I stayed with Colin that night to keep him company. We broke the news to him that whatever spirit was here hadn't gone away, only weakened. It was that discussion between the few of us that we finally came to the conclusion of what might have contributed to the haunting. The spirits were trying to tell Colin to get his life back on track. He had recently become a dad, but unfortunately he went down the slippery slope of drinking alcohol and taking drugs. We were to find out the night an entity was alleged to be trying to come in through the side door. Colin and his friends were intoxicated, causing high levels of paranoia.
Was it genuine? I suppose, my own opinion, I'm skeptical by nature anyway. Dealing with a group of young people, possible added chemicals on board. I felt they were just looking for that Ghostbusters moment, you know. But in saying that, no matter who calls us, if they're in trouble, we go in with an open mind. We don't go in and form an opinion based on what they tell us. We tend to do the investigation based on science and based on our own experiences and what we feel with various team members. So regardless of if they needed our help or not, we'd still go in, you know, still go in. If we form an opinion that it's just bogus, that's fine. We'll turn around and just say it's bogus. But, you know, you always have to go in with a clear mind, not to take everything that the person says to you literal, because a lot of it can be fear-mongered and so on.
The spirits were confused or either reluctant to be around the team and I, probably concerned what was going to happen. There was no exorcism needed, just a plain and truthful chat needed in strictest confidence. Instead, we were the problem. The ethos had been disturbed. We had to make amends. Some of the team felt puzzled about the outcome of our chat with Colin, but delighted nonetheless. We had found out what had gone wrong.
Anthony, Derek and the lady returned the next day to the house, this time with an altered perspective.
We did a healing ceremony. Flowers were offered as forgiveness. Afterwards, the room felt brighter after prayers were offered to the souls we had encountered.
Yeah, the exorcism part, never been part of an exorcism before this, never really thought I would be, but this house, this location in general was just one of the most strange situations we were ever put into. My thoughts on exorcism: I'm Catholic. Anyone who's Catholic will know that you believe in God, you believe in heaven, hell, whatever. But I do believe in exorcisms, be it on a spiritual level and a mental level. Some people just need to hear everything is okay, and other people actually need some spiritual intervention. And again, I think it goes on to the mind. But in this particular instance, things were hotting up in the house, and Anthony and myself just in a moment decided we're going for this. We're going to do an exorcism. We're going to banish what's here and get it out. And for some reason, just autopilot took over. We went around that house and we followed what we know from the Bible, what we know from blessing and holy water, and what we believe in, both of us, even if it's different or the same. And we just went for the exorcism. And in my opinion, it worked. We felt in control, we felt safe, and it was exciting. There's no doubt about it. It was very exciting. My final thoughts on exorcisms: still a skeptic. Would love to see one in action, but it's just so hard to differentiate between a mental instability and who needs an exorcism. You know, I don't think there's ever been a definition between the two, bar from the Catholic Church. So I'm still a skeptic, but excited by the thoughts of it, and being a part of it again would be unreal.